What time it is? It's your boy Kale Universe back in here with another live, y'all. No commentary. You're new to the channel. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button for your boy. Appreciate all my members for being members. This live just gonna showcase a few games going around the NBA tonight, and I will be in the chat. I won't be commentating, but I will be in the chat. So I will chat in the chat. No commentating though. But make sure y'all hit that like button for your boy, share the stream out, all that good stuff. This will be a quick stream. It won't be that long. So appreciate everybody for coming through, and let's get into our first game.
Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, an April Fool's Day edition. Glad to have you with us. I'm Brian Anderson, joined by Hall of Famers Doris Burke and Grant Hill, and the fourth member of our crew, reporter Allie LaForce. Let's take a look at the seeding for the Eastern Conference, with only 4 games of the regular season remaining. Taking a look at the 76ers, if the playoffs started today, they'd go in as the 7 seed. And of course, Washington, they're a ways down in the standings.
When I look at the 76ers, they could be destined for the play-in. I mean, just one more challenge before the playoffs, but I think they can handle it if it comes to that.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Philadelphia 76ers. Maxey and Edgecombe man the backcourt. Then it's Joel Embiid. Then there's George, and it's Barlow in at the power forward position. And for Washington, we've got Trae Young, also Johnson out there, Bilal Coulibaly out there with Alexander Sarr, and it's Riley in at the 4 slot. With the postseason in our sights now, what's more important to have, home court advantage or momentum, Grant?
I'd argue both, VA. I mean, if I had to choose one, I'd say momentum, just because you want to be peaking at the right time heading into the playoffs.
So it's Philadelphia now, following the score by Washington. Embiid passes to George. This one for 3. Nails it from 3.
You have got to have the right focus and the right reads in the pick and roll. And Paul George making all the right decisions right now, slicing up the defense.
Here's Riley. No good from outside. And so it's George with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. Here's Maxey. Lets it fly. From down in the low post, it goes.
Oh, a high motor in close to the rim. Maxey finding a window and converting. Sarr using all of his length and athleticism to tell this league that he has arrived.
And thanks to AT&T for a great look at that dunk on their connected cam. Here's Edgecombe, a valuable part of their offense, averaging a little more than 16 a game. Maxey with a screen on Johnson. Outside Maxey from behind the arc. And the 76ers another 3.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
So far, Grant, we've seen some encouraging intangibles from VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, you know, he reminds me of Victor Oladipo or even a Dwayne Wade physically. Just an explosive athlete. And I love the way he uses that strength and quickness at the defensive end of the floor.
Now here's Maxey. He's got 5. Pass to Edgecombe. Now Embiid, guarded by Young. The kick out to Maxey. Yes, and it's Embiid picking up the assist. Maxey's got 8.
Well, this is what you call hitting the ground running. 4 shots taken, 4 shots made.
Back to Young. Puts up a deep 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Their last encounter was in Philadelphia.
And in the last meeting, they were the better defensive team. They were the disruptors, causing turnovers all over the place.
I think they took tremendous satisfaction from that performance and ended up winning going away. So is it something they'll look to repeat tonight?
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Oh, George with a steal. Now Young with a steal. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Yeah, there's Trae Young getting it done inside.
Pass to Edgecombe. Here's Barlow. Philadelphia moving it around. Launches it. And Edgecombe the bucket on the assist by Embiid.
The defense is nowhere to be found guarding the three-point shot.
And so it's Young with it. He brings it up for the Washington Wizards. It's a 10-point game. From downtown, Paul George pulls it in. The 76ers have got all 6 shots to fall in the first. 3 shots, 3 baskets. Great efficiency so far.
This has been just a dreadful start for them defensively. Not good at all.
Young looking around. Right side, Coulibaly. And it's off from 3-point range.
If he's got that much space, he's got the green light. He just doesn't make it.
Pass to Maxey. Now Embiid. Over Sarr. Embiid misses.
Well, this guy typically a nice touch from mid-range, but obviously can't make them all.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thank you. Tyrese Maxey, a late first-round pick back in 2020, but he's become an all-star. He said, quote, "I've always had that chip with me from day one. I had to earn everything I got from a basketball perspective and make a name for myself. I try hard to foresee and envision this." Back to you guys.
The drive for greatness. All right, Allie, appreciate the report. Clock at 6. George for 3. And that's collected by Trae Young.
I'll tell you, that's one he typically will make. The defense gets away with one.
Pass to Riley. Now here's Johnson. No good, and they can't put it into the drought. Philadelphia leading by 12. George scanning the floor. Back to Maxey. Shoots over Young. Makes good on the step-back jumper. Maxey's got 10 points.
They've been very effective so far. A balanced attack at its best.
On the offensive end, it feels like they're getting the shots they want, and defensively, they are connected and are on a string.
Coulibaly. Domination in the first quarter. It's been pretty lopsided. Philadelphia on top, leading by 14. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break. Great to have you with us. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And let's take a moment here to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for the 76ers.
Well, we're in the era of the three-point basket. So if you want to win games in this league, you have to connect from deep, and they have been thus far.
Yeah, and in addition, their ball movement has really unleashed their offense. Boy, they've been fun to watch.
So on the floor for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter, they've got Joel Embiid. Quentin Grimes out there with Cameron Payne. Then it's Trendon Watford, and it's Oubre in at the 3. Now here's Grimes. 11 points for him last game against Miami.
Well, you talk about spacing the floor. This is exactly what you hope for from Quentin Grimes.
Well, Grant, if you had to say, is there anything you think is underrated about Embiid?
You know, B.A., I think it's his intelligence. Joel's a heady player. Sometimes big men don't get enough credit for their smarts on the court. Embiid knows the game.
Here's Payne, following the bucket by the Wizards. Embiid misses. Here's Champagny. Still without a bucket. Pass to Carrington. Jacks up a 3. And Watford pulls it down. Philadelphia leading by 13. And here's Oubre. Watford the pass to Payne. The shot. Plenty of room to knock down that one. And the 76ers lead by 15. And now a timeout called by Brian Keefe. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments. Teams making some changes here. And a moment now to check the leaderboard and see which point guards have been money from the charity stripe since the All-Star break. Tyrese Maxey, 3rd.
This is just one of the things you want out of your point guard. Reliability at the charity stripe.
You know, but even so, don't take for granted what this group has done at the free throw line. They deserve a ton of credit for the work they've put in to achieve that level of consistency and excellence.
Here's Riley. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Back to Young. That one no good.
And they're +5 on the boards after that rebound.
Well, we have a chance to hear from Shams Charania. He's calling in right now. Shams, great to have you on, bud.
Well, the Wizards stacking talented young players and draft assets. Not only that, they'll have a ton of cap space next season, which they will likely not use to sign a star free agent, but rather to absorb contracts in exchange for, you guessed it, more draft picks. This front office is continuing to think long-term, guys.
Priority straight. All right, Shams, appreciate the report. Now here's Grimes. They lead by their biggest margin of the game. It's at 15 points. Maxey passes to Grimes. From the arc. It's rebounded by Washington. A tough loss coming against the Lakers in their last game played.
It's always hard to get a win on the road, especially when you show zero energy on the defensive end.
One thing you know, Greg, is you've got to pack your defense in the suitcase if you're going to win on the road, and they simply did not bring it.
He drops it from range.
In terms of volume, Trae Young is up there in three-point shooting. He's never shied from deep.
So Nick Nurse has decided to call timeout here. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys. Mars checked in for Washington. Johnson comes in for Champagny. The 76ers also with a sub. Edgecombe, he's checked in for Oubre. And Maxi's got the ball here for Philadelphia. They're coming off a loss against Miami.
They hit a couple big shots, but overall, there was a lack of consistency. Just not their night at the offensive end.
You know what? There was a lot of standing around in that basketball game. Failing to move bodies and failing to move the basketball is a bad formula.
Now here's Young. He has 7. 6 on the shot clock. Ooh, he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. All right, Grant, when we talk about the range Trae Young possesses, just how dangerous can this guy be?
Well, when he's on, he's a nightmare matchup for defenses. Once he crosses half court, he's a threat to score, which in turn really helps open up the floor for everyone else on his team.
Free throw's good. Young. And for the Sixers, the growth of Tyrese Maxey has meant everything, Grant.
Oh, my. His growth, both with his play, but also with his leadership, has meant a lot. And he has such a joyful energy. It really helps pull this team together.
Bonus checked in for Philadelphia. That misses, so he splits the free throws. And while they struggle to win games, the Wizards are focused on achieving what they call smaller wins, Doris.
B.A., I think this is an incredibly smart approach for this reason. You do not have enough yet talent and experience combined to win in the NBA. So you have to look for the positives as you try to develop your program, which means draft well. Player development is absolutely critical, and your ability to celebrate those smaller wins means you're making progress. A guy like this, with the skill set he's got, you can keep the defenders guessing.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Thanks, guys. The Wizards are letting their young guys learn on the fly. Guard Bub Carrington said the whole organization communicates to us often. We drafted you guys for a reason, they say. Don't be scared to make a mistake. Play your game, use the things that got you here, and see if it sticks. Back to you.
Learning on the job. All right, Allie, thanks a lot. The Sixers lead by 9. That's to Bona. Back to Maxey. Philadelphia moving it around. To the middle.
Yeah, just quick and crafty. Maxey really makes it tough on the defenders.
Philadelphia shooting their first free throws here for the night.
Shooting for Philadelphia, Tyrese Maxey, taking 2 shots.
Free throw's good for Maxey.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there.
Barlow's checked in for Bona. Both free throws good from Maxey.
He's making the most of every trip to the line, providing for his team.
50 seconds left to play in the first half. Outside Johnson. 5 to shoot. 3-pointer. Rebound by Philadelphia. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Here's George. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Push the action a little bit. Paul George right now challenging defenders to stop it.
Philadelphia shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. The first free throw is good.
When health has been there for Paul George, he has been one of the great two-way guys in the league. Very capable scorer and can take on tough assignments.
So he gets them both.
Yeah, they're really cashing in more at the line here in the second quarter.
3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Young, the pass to Johnson. Screen by Young. The three is up. It's rebounded by Edgecombe. To the inside. Kicks it to George. Pass to Edgecombe. Misses the three. And so it's the Philadelphia 76ers in a good situation, up by 13 points to close the quarter. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. Well, now a minute to check in with Allie LaForce. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
Thanks a lot. Well, Coach Nurse, seems like your defensive execution has been pretty sound. What are you seeing from your team?
Really solid, right? Not very many mistakes. We're helping where we're supposed to help. We're sending guys the right direction. Pretty solid.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, good stuff, Allie. And we'll get back to the action at the start of the third quarter.
Good to have you with us. With the season in its latter portion, let's look at the Eastern Conference playoff race.
You know, for Philadelphia, they've had a drop-off that I don't think anybody predicted. Came into the season with high hopes. The chemistry just hasn't been there from the beginning. It's a disappointing year.
Let's move on now to that first half we were watching. A brutal game so far for the Wizards.
Poor execution for them offensively. Settling for bad shots far too often. Recipe for disaster.
Man, Kenny, your optimism is infectious. That does it for halftime. Let's get back to game action. Here's Brian Anderson with the start of the third quarter.
Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Without question, Tyrese Maxey displaying all his skills today.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You know, as a coach, you can preach good shot selection, but it's up to the players to execute, and this guy has done just that.
And it sure seems like post play has evolved quite a bit over the past decade or two.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, there aren't many big men who operate only on the low block anymore. But if they do, they're considered throwbacks.
Johnson is out there with Trae Young. Then there's Bilal Coulibaly. Then there's Sarr. And it's Riley in at the four-man position. That's the group starting the second half for Brian Keefe. Here's Riley. No points so far. Back to Young. Pass to Riley. Shot is up. Barlow grabs the miss. Barlow's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Edgecombe. Philadelphia moving it around. Here's Embiid. The kick out to Maxey. Shoots over Young. And it's Maxey missing. Wizards trail by 16. Oh, Young. So tough at his size.
We've seen that more than once today. An effortless basket inside.
They set the pick. George for 3. The rebound by Riley. And so it's Young with it. He brings it up for the Wizards. Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket. And the long arms of Sarr on full display. You've got to keep this kid off the offensive glass.
So Nick Nurse has decided to call timeout here. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan.
Easy Family, let's welcome to the floor, your Wizards High Squad.
take a moment to call out some of the top defenders in the rookie class. DJ Edgecombe is second.
You just love the effort he puts in on defense. Rare to see a rookie who can disrupt offenses like him.
Pass to George. Maxey on the wing. Now here's Embiid. Guarded by Sarr. Just 5 to shoot. Oh, Embiid imposing his will.
The control and focus from Embiid. Able to absorb hits from the defense and still finish.
Pass to Sarr. Now Johnson. Three-pointer. Fires in the triple. Johnson's got 5.
Slow reaction from the D, and it cost him 3.
Well, Grant, when it comes to exciting young guards who can really fill it up, Trey Johnson's name has to come to mind.
Yeah, no question about it, B.A. This kid can score in a variety of ways, and his confidence is what makes him so dangerous in this department.
Woo!
B.A., that's lit.
Ferocious all the way. Man, that was good. Young from long range. Rebound by Philadelphia. Barlow's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Edgecombe. 5 points in the game. And here's Maxey outside. And it's Coulibaly with a rebound.
Well, that's the opportunity they're looking for, just not the result, obviously.
Pass to Riley. Let's go with a 3. The putback. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Well, if you're 7 foot and athletic, as Alex Sarr is, you better get to the offensive glass.
Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Maxey, that's good.
Another bucket. This guy just keeping his foot on the gas pedal.
Wizards trail by 13. And now a timeout called by Brian Keefe. He's going to talk it over with his guys.
Yeah, I think one thing Coach will address in this timeout right now is you're missing a lot of shots. Why not become more of a facilitator out there?
Making a change here. Carrington's checked in, and Philadelphia also making a switch. Grimes is checked in. '76ers on D. At one point, they led by 16. Johnson inside. Count that one. Johnson's got 5 points now this quarter.
It's nice to see they're not settling for three-pointers. These guys are putting in the work inside.
Here's Edgecombe. He's got 5. And here's Maxey outside. Can't get it to fall. 6 for 10 now. Inside. Here's Sarr. And finished off by Sarr.
The Frenchman. S'il vous plaît. Taking flight. You gotta like Sarr.
Pass to Edgecombe. Philadelphia moving it around. George outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Knocks it down from distance. Maxey's got 20.
He's hit 4 now from behind the arc, 2 in each half, making an impact.
To the left wing. Pass to Koulibaly. Now Sarr. Now here's Koulibaly. No made baskets yet. Grimes with a defensive effort. Outside Maxey. Here's Edgecombe. And there's the drive. Up and in on the layup. And the 76ers lead by 14.
They've toned down their three-point attack in the second half, looking to protect the lead with higher percentage shots.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Carrington. Here's Sarr. Embiid covers. Back to Carrington. That three's off the mark. And here's Grimes. And here's Maxey outside. No good. What a performance for Tyrese Maxey. He has been the story for Philadelphia. He's been productive scoring the ball. He's got 20 points so far. We'll be back in a moment. Performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And the 76ers looking at who they've got. Walker out there with Joel Embiid. Then it's Kyle Lowry. Then there's Quentin Grimes. And it's Oubre in at the 3 slot.
He made a 3 back in the first half, but that's it. We'll see if he can find his stroke.
Lowry, the pass to Oubre. Now here's Walker. The 3. Rebounded by Champagny. Outside Young. Gray with a physical finish.
And they keep on figuring out ways to force the rock inside and convert it.
Pass to Walker. Lowry outside. Fires the 3. It's rebounded by Washington. Young with it. And he lobs it up to the rim. Oubre with a steal. And now the Sixers on the break. Young against Lowry. Outside Oubre. Pass to Embiid. 6 to shoot. Outside Grimes. The Sixers again can't hit. Wizards trail by 12. And here's Carrington. Here's Gill. Lets the 3 fly. Counted from distance. Gill's gotten himself going with a triple. His first basket of the game. And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. Rallying his guys to make sure they all know the plan. Philadelphia. Paul George comes in for Walker, and it's Maxey in for Lowry. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
I was able to listen in on what Nick Nurse had to say to the team. He told his guys, quote, "Do not get complacent. No coasting to the finish line here. Stay on the gas, keep the energy up, and close it out. Coach doesn't just want them to hang on to this lead. He wants them to extend it.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Now here's Maxey. George outside. Down low. Here's Embiid. For three, Maxey. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Maxey's got 11 points here in the second half.
And just so good at playing at high speed. Maxey gets the ball and takes the fast shot.
Johnson passes to Young. Back to Johnson. Pass to Sarr. Ooh, he's been flawless tonight. Now he's 6 for 6.
And now almost all their points coming from the paint.
Maxey on the wing. Back to George. Here's Embiid. Goes back up. Sarr pulls it in. Sarr's got his 4th rebound in this one. Outside Koulibaly. Here's Johnson. Unloads. Oh, what a jam! Holding nothing back.
Well, you love to see him pursue the basketball off the miss. Koulibaly gets an extra. Nice.
And the basket is good.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
To me, this is simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
Embiid there for the rebound. Jacks up a 3. It's money from deep.
How about the quick trigger off the catch from Grimes? Nice.
And Young has got the ball here for the Wizards. They've given up just 8 points in the 4th. Oh, it doesn't go. The Sixers lead by 13. Outside Maxey. George! Money from 3.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
Another chance, and he cashes it in on the layup.
Sarr is playing with a lot of confidence, not questioning himself, just using his size to keep finding buckets.
And timeout is called by Nick Nurse. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. Checked in for Philadelphia. Hedgecomb comes in for Grimes. Here's Hedgecomb, covered by Johnson. Here's George. Maxey surveying the D. Can't get the 3. Wizards trail by 14. Johnson fires. And as it goes out of bounds, Washington able to keep possession. Now Young. And they tell players your career is short. Maximize your earnings. But sometimes guys take less credit.
And you know, different things go into that. winning, comfort, and in some cases, you're talking legacy. You know, for those rare players who've been with one team their whole career.
Now it's Maxey. Puts up the tray. It's off. 43 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Young. Johnson outside. Saw a screen. Shoots a three. And he nails it. So it's Philadelphia now. At one point, they led by 16. 20 seconds left in the fourth. Outside Maxey. Just 5 on the clock. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true. I mean, when you're out on the road, the wins can feel a little sweeter. This one has to feel extra special.
All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have?
Well, Paul, this team seems to be rounding into shape. What is your sense of the chemistry right now?
Really good, real beneficial. It's great that we was able to pick this one up. That's what it's about. We don't care if it's a blowout or if it's a close one. We need to learn how to do both. So it's great. We were able to pick this up. Good quality team win.
Good luck on continuing to build that chemistry.
Allie, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Doris Burke, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, and our entire crew, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for tuning in. And now, time for our player of the game, Tyrese Maxey.
Welcome to 2K Sports presentation of the NBA, but the bad news is there is no basketball, there is no NBA, the game has been canceled. Ha ha! Happy April Fool's Day, baby! This is the NBA, and we've got a great one in store. Alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, I'm Kevin Harlan, and we'll be checking in with Allie LaForce from the sideline moments from now. Looking now at some numbers for Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
And his three-point shooting has gotten a lot better over his last 10 games. He looks so much more comfortable from beyond. There's no doubt he's got the green light to let it fly whenever the shot's there for him.
Looking at the starting five for the Atlanta Hawks. Johnson and Okongwu man the post position. Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with McCollum, and it's Daniels in at the 3 spot. And for the Magic, down low, it's Banchero and Carter. The guard pair form will be Suggs and Bain. And it's Wagner in at the small forward. We've got a battle of the big men inside, Clark. Both teams with talented front courts.
Well, these teams rely heavily on their 4 and 5 guys, Kevin. It's going to be, I think, a lot of fun to watch. So keep that isolated cam on the paint area. That's where most of the action is going to take place.
Something Wagner continues to work on. It's huge when he's connecting from outside.
Johnson surveying the floor. A 3 from McCollum. Carter pulls it in. It's Orlando's ball. It's a 3-point game. Victory eluded them last time in Atlanta when they faced the Hawks.
Yeah, and looking back at their last game against this club, they were badly out-rebounded.
Yeah, and that turned the tide, the rebounding differential. They've got to focus and make it a team effort to really pound the glass.
Here's Alexander-Walker after the made shot from Desmond Bain. A shot by Alexander-Walker, no good. It's been a quick start for Orlando. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
And after that game, it was impressive to look at the box score and see the work they did at the free throw line.
And not only what they did in making them, but what they did to get to the line. They were constantly in attack mode, driving the lane and drawing fouls.
And And they get it. No good that time.
Well, you know exactly why they let him have that shot.
And this Magic team, Greg, hangs its hat on size, on switchability, and toughness.
Yeah, they contest everything and play with real discipline. For a young group, that is uncommon, and it's a big reason they've taken the lead.
And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Hawks ball.
Atlanta's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Outside Daniels. Now McCollum, scoring-wise, he's definitely making his mark. Right now, he's averaging about 19 points a game.
Nice decision by McCollum, giving up the rock.
C.J. McCollum.
Orlando's gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Suggs kicks to Wagner. Carter outside. Pass to Banchero. Carter with the screen. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And early on, they looked great. They've made all 4 of their shots to start this game.
Cullen passes to Daniels. Johnson outside. A 3 from McCollum. Rebound by Paolo Banchero.
Limited success for them early on here, but don't expect that to continue.
And so the timeout by Jamal Mosley here. He's going to take a minute here to get things straightened out. So for the Magic, De Silva's checked in, and it's Carter in for Suggs. And the Magic with possession. They're on a 10-2 run here. Pass to De Silva. Back to Carter. Right side Bain. Wagner on the wing. Pocket 6. Out of bounds, and it takes possession. Well, at 6'10", GA, Franz Wagner provides great versatility to this offense.
Yeah, and he's a solid decision maker, capable of running the show. He's a gifted scorer and playmaker. Plus, he provides matchup problems with that size.
Right now, let's take a second to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sidelines.
Hey, well, Desmond Bain, a deadly floor spacer, but he said, I have to be respected in a lot of different ways. Don't pigeonhole me into just being a catch-and-shoot guy or a movement shooter. I can score the ball in a variety of ways and do multiple things on the court. Back to you.
A lot for sure in his bag. Hey, Allie, thank you very much for the report. Outside, Bain. Some nice ball movement by the Magic. And that one drops. Wagner's got 5 points so far.
Excellent all-around performance so far, hence the big lead.
Yeah, you know, they've had the advantage at both ends. They've got all the momentum early on.
Here's Daniels. He picked up 18 points in their last win against Boston.
You know, when you throw in the assist, he had a monster night.
A power flush with a long hang on the rim at the end of that.
That could be a catalyst for him. It really could.
We've seen those kinds of plays get them going in the past.
Now, here's Wagner. He's got 5. Carter with a screen on Daniels. Wagner passes to Bain. Here's Carter, and there's the bucket. Stay with it on the offensive glass, getting it done.
And their offense already in a flow. Some stellar shooting to jump out to this lead.
Quality looks they're getting, and they're capitalizing on them, guys. They have to be happy with this start offensively.
And Quinn Snyder wants a timeout. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. For the Magic, Goga Bitadze's checked in for Carter, and Wagner's subbed in for Bain. .111 left in the first quarter. Benson with it. Pass to Landale. Now Rizachet. Kispert setting the pick for Rizachet. And good that time.
No, that's a great sign for Rizachet, proving he can handle the physicality of the NBA.
Wagner looking it over. 32 seconds left to play here in the first. Wagner with a screen for Wagner. From outside, off the mark. The Hawks trail by 8. Pass to Rizachet. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Magic lead by 8. And the second quarter about to get started. We'll be back in just a moment. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen so far from the Magic?
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
This is how the floor looks for the Hawks starting the second quarter. We've got Kuminga. Cullen is out there with Kispert. And then there's Zachary Rizachet. And it's Landale in at the 5, roaming the paint. In GA, the Hawks going young, trying to build a sustainable model for success.
Yeah, most of the starters not yet scratching their prime, so there's going to be some growing pains, but they're showing plenty of promise.
And it's Rizachet missing. Magic leading by 8. Howard dishes to Banchero. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Steps back and fires. Landale grabs the miss. And so it's McCollum with it. He brings it up for Atlanta. Their last game, a win against Boston, looking to carry it into this one.
Well, it helps when your opponent makes that many mistakes. I thought that was the story of the game.
Yeah, I think that was a big part of it for sure, as it is anytime you make a bunch of mistakes. All they had to do was follow their game plan, and that's exactly what they did.
Now here's McCollum. A 14-point game for him in the win against Boston. Kispert with it, and it's Howard picking him up. Back to McCollum from past the arc. Drills the three-pointer. McCollum's got 5 now.
McCollum has a nice feel for catch-and-shoot jumpers. That's a shot they want to create for him as much as possible.
And so the timeout by Jamal Mosley here. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline. Wagner's checked in for Orlando. Jalen Suggs comes in for Richardson. And a switch here also for Atlanta. Johnson, he's checked in for Rizachet. That's to Howard. Now, here's Wagner. Shoots over Landale. And off the front iron, and in it goes. And guys, hold on now. I'm getting word we have Shams Charania calling in. Shams, what do you have for us?
Thanks. Well, this new three-point era started with Stephen Curry, and it's really in the last decade that we're seeing the long-distance game extend to the center position. You look at the list of recent champions, it seems it's also not a luxury, but a necessity to have a paint presence who can also stretch the floor from deep.
Yes, certainly a nightmare to contain. All right, Johns, we appreciate the report. No one near Suggs as he lets it go. A three-pointer is right on target.
Getting more comfortable with his jumper. Jalen Suggs, no hesitation there.
It's McCollum on the wing. Lets it go with a three. Rebound by Paolo Banchero. Magic leading by 10. Outside, Suggs. Banchero outside. Rebound by the Hawks.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Kuminga, no good.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating for him. He'll usually convert that.
Well, when you watch Franz Wagner, Clark, what impresses you about the young forward?
His versatility and his motor are probably the two things that stand out. He does a lot of good things at both ends of the floor. And then you factor in, he takes great pride in playing the game, particularly when playing for his country and representing Germany. In 2023, when Germany played at the World Championship, he and his brother Mo were part of the winning team.
Now, here's Suggs. After the miss from Corey Kispert, Suggs passes to Wagner. Pass to Wagner. Landale grabs the miss. The Hawks trail by 12. Here's Kispert. That falls. Nice feed that time from McCollum. McCollum's got 3 assists now in this one. Wagner outside. And here's Banchero. Back to Wagner. Shot from the top of the key. Wagner kicks to Suggs. The three-pointer, no good.
Hard to figure out how he doesn't knock that one down. No defender in sight.
McCollum with the bounce pass. Johnson from outside. The shot, no good.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
And here's Kuminga. He'll bring it up for Atlanta. Trailing by 13. Pass to Kispert. The Hawks working the ball around. Kuminga finds McCollum. 5 to shoot. The Hawks need to get off a shot here. Kuminga, no good. Left side Suggs. Outside Howard. And the Magic, another three.
And that assist got him a little nod from his teammate after that one.
McCollum from deep three-point land. And so it's Orlando in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. What a night they've had in terms of their shooting. Everything dropping in for them. Now let's check in with Allie LaForce on the sideline. What do you have for us, Allie?
I'm joined now by Coach Quinn Snyder, and they were giving you some trouble in transition. How do you slow them down?
Well, I think we had a couple early where we were in good positions. We just didn't make the right read, and that's the biggest thing. But more than anything, whether it's a make or a miss or a turnover, we just got to really sprint back and be urgent.
The sense of urgency is key. Thanks, Coach.
All right, Allie, thank you. And, folks, we'll be back with you right after this halftime break.
Hello, everybody. We'll break down the action shortly, but first, a glance at how the Eastern Conference standings are stacking up as the season winds down. And we're going to take a moment to talk about something. I've been seeing Shaq's face everywhere lately. Kenny, do you think it's fair to say Shaq is the king of sponsorships?
Interesting question, Ernest. Shaq, I do see you in a lot of commercials, but I don't know if I call you the king of anything.
Ernie is right. I am indeed the king of sponsorship. Everybody wants the big Diesel stamp of approval.
Shaq, you ever think of doing any pro bono work? I've got a neat spot that I think you'd be perfect for.
Where's that restaurant at?
And going back now to that first half, you could say things are going extremely well for the Magic.
Well, we all saw it. They've blown this game wide open with the three-point shot. The defense is scrambling, but look, this is where they felt they could get their points.
Yeah, teaching floor spacing 101. We'll see what class is like coming out of intermission. And that is a wrap. Now let's send you back to Kevin Harlan for the start of the third quarter.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Without question, Franz Wagner displaying his skills today.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
Well, you know what, guys? It was all about efficient offense, not rushing things, taking your time, finding the best shot on every possession.
The Hawks trail by 16, and Clark the Magic with two good wings in Banchero and Wagner.
Yeah, they certainly have two of the better young wings in the league. Both forwards are outstanding at both ends of the floor. You know, it'd be kind of like a college football team with two gigantic tight ends. I mean, they're a physical duo, and that makes them formidable in every way.
Wagner is in the front court alongside Banchero. The guard pair for him will be Suggs and Bain. And it's Carter in at the 5. That's the group starting the second half for Jamal Mosley. Now Okongwu after the missed three from Desmond Bain. Johnson with a screen on Bain. Shot's good by Alexander Walker.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
And now, Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Thanks a lot. The Magic are building something. Paolo Banchero said, quote, "It's been a long time coming. The fans have been waiting for the Magic to be good and to be challengers, even contenders. There is a lot of excitement in the city right now. We're just building and feeding off of that." Back to you, Kevin.
They've got their fans fired up. Okay, thank you, Allie. Now here's McCollum. Paolo Banchero unable to get his last shot to go in. Johnson, a wide open look. Off the mark, had a chance to trim it to single digits.
The edge on the glass is the difference. It's allowed them to build this lead.
And really a reflection of their superior effort level to this point. It seems to me they've gone after this win a little bit more.
So it's the Hawks now. Following the missed shot by Franz Wagner. Alexander Walker passes to Daniels. A three from McCollum. Rebound by the Magic. Carter's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Outside, Suggs. Another miss, and they've really hit a rough patch here. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Johnson outside. Johnson with a screen on Bain. Atlanta again missing.
Open midi right there. That's letting the defense off the hook when you don't cash in.
Wagner kicks to Bain. There's the three. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Bain's got 5 points so far.
Finally get one to drop after starting the half with 4 straight planks.
Johnson outside. Suggs against McCollum. That one misses. Suggs with some nice defense.
And the shots just continue to say no in terms of falling.
And again, it's the Magic from deep.
Now, it's not his greatest strength. He's got a lot of different things that he's good at, but Suggs will hit the three if you give it to him.
Unfortunate injury aside, Jalen Suggs-Clark has really come into his own now.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin. I mean, hitting his stride in a major way. I mean, he seems to have really figured the game out, how to utilize his gifts and tools. He was always a great defender. Offensively, I think, is where his game has taken the biggest jump.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
And here's McCollum for 3. Carter pulls it in. Carter's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Bain passes to Banchero. Good ball movement here by the Magic. Carter with a screen on Johnson. Banchero left side. Off target with his 3.
Well, you know, they're in the lead, but he's still been frustrated from an offensive standpoint.
Pass to Johnson. A 3 from McCollum, and the 3 ball is good. 8 points for him.
There's no doubt about McCollum's touch from long range. He is a sharpshooter.
And so the timeout by Jamal Mosley here. He's ready to talk things through with them.
And team strategies closely guarded. One aspect of the game the fans aren't always privy to.
Yeah, typically there's some type of adjustment made out of a timeout. It might be major, or it could be just a slight tweak.
it's both teams making substitutions here. Let's look at the 2K leaderboard to find out the teams that have led the league in steals the season's second half. The 4th spot held by the Hawks.
You know, the defense has been frenetic, and it seems like they're gaining momentum as the season wears on. I mean, they're forcing a lot of turnovers.
Here is Carter. Nothing on the board. And finished off by Wagner.
Easy pickings for Wagner there, just to reach up and attack the rack like that. That's simple.
There's 53 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Pulls it up. And there's the bucket from Kuminga.
And we always talk about making your teammate better. That assist was right on target.
And here's Carter. Looking at his numbers, he's averaging about 6.5 points a game. Here's Banchero. And he uses the glass on the layup. Banchero's got 7 points in the game.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Yeah, you can't say that with enough emphasis. I mean, the defenders are just not being aggressive enough down low. You got to play with some physicality in the paint.
Landale finds Riesesche. Back to Landale. Nice defense from Wagner. Carter outside. Pass to Bain. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. That shot misses. And so it's the Orlando Magic feeling good about their 17-point lead heading into the break. They've been playing some ferocious defense. And we'll be right back after this. How about a look at today's State Farm assist of the game?
And he sliced the D wide open with this feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And so in the game for the Hawks, they've got Jock Landale. Zachary Riesesche out there with Kuminga. Then there's C.J. McCollum, and it's Heald in a two-guard. Now here's McCollum. Kuminga off target from outside.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Here's De Silva. Misses the three.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
McCollum outside. Kuminga, screen on Suggs. Here's Landale. That's in, coming off the assist from McCollum. McCollum's got 4 assists now tonight. Wagner with a screen for Suggs. Nice move. And the bucket is good. 3-point play chance here for him.
Boy, that's a combination of power and willpower. Suggs refusing to let the foul stop his shot.
All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. Scoring breakdown for Orlando.
I mean, they've been stepping it up in terms of their shooting from distance, and the confidence has been there all game long, leaving the defense to scramble.
And I love the fact they kept the pressure on, really pushing that ball, running it up the floor. I love seeing that. A team staying aggressive even when they're playing well.
Suggs, no good on the free throw.
And the future Suggs has is certainly promising. An effective combo guard who can really get it going at times.
At the line for the Hawks, Jonathan Kuminga. 2 shots.
Free throw good from Kuminga.
And we continue to see Kuminga improve at a steady rate. He's a young big with a bright future in this league.
Both free throws good from Kuminga. Magic leading by 15. Now here is Carter. Suggs kicks to Wagner. Carter with the three. And it's Rizachet with the rebound. And for the Hawks, they're shooting about 33%. Not happy with their play on that end. Kispert with the bucket.
And that's how you move the ball, putting the defense in a really tough spot.
Now Carter. Pass to Suggs. Batase, a screen on McCollum. Inside. Kicks it out to Wagner. 4 on the shot clock. Sinks the triple. And the Magic lead by 16.
Cash money from the corner. That'll be sure to help Wagner's confidence going forward.
Kispert wide open. He fires. Tried to come right back with the three of his own. It's no good. Suggs looking around. Pass to De Silva. Off target from three-point range. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. Takes the three. And Kuminga gets it to go on the assist by McCollum. McCollum's got 6 assists here tonight. And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He's not taking any chances. He wants to huddle them up right away. Atlanta making some changes. Okongwu's checked in for Kuminga. Daniels comes in for Rizachet. And Nickeil Alexander-Walker in for Kispert. It's time to send it over now to our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Jamal Mosley was saying to the team. And he encouraged them to stay focused and not get complacent, saying we worked too hard to get this lead and we're not going to give it up now. Stay connected, play smart, let's get this win. Guys, back to you.
All right, Allie, thank you. Carter with a screen on Daniel. Johnson rips down the board. The Hawks trail by 13. Alexander Walker with the ball. Outside Daniel. Launches it. The shot misses. Magic leading by 13. Bain. Ben Carroll looking around. Shoots. That shot no good. Atlanta's gotten just 1 of 4 three-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. McCollum fires. The three is off.
Hey, it was a good look, one he normally capitalizes on.
Here's Payne. Lets loose a three. And it doesn't go.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession.
That one is off.
Hey, I have no idea why he's still shooting threes. He's got to find another way to be productive.
McCollum outside. Johnson outside. Okongwu with the screen for Johnson. Oh, the dunk!
And in terms of size, not your typical center, but man, he plays as big as any of them thanks to that terrific leaping ability.
Now, here's Bain. Carter outside.
Wendell Carter Jr. really epitomizes the modern big man. He can stretch the floor and do work on the glass, giving you high utility on both ends.
Wendell Carter.
That's good from Carter. Second free throw, no good. The Hawks trail by 12.
And clearly, we will not be witnessing a spirited comeback tonight, albeit as exciting as that would be. This was an excellent all-around performance for Orlando.
Tonight, they seem committed to the three-point shot.
That was the bread and butter. Fortunately, they made enough of those, but sometimes it was quantity over quality.
And this will make it 21 victories for them on the year.
And really an important win from a pride standpoint. Nobody likes getting swept, so they're able to salvage a win in this 4-game season series.
Yeah, and at 1-3, I mean, their record against this team obviously not pretty, but again, to your point, it's about pride and not being swept.
And while there was some nice performances tonight, it definitely ended up being a solid outing for Jalen Suggs.
Offensively, he was dialed in all night long. Scoring at will, it seemed, made the game look easy.
And so it's Orlando taking this one by a big margin. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. And once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
And that about wraps it up. So for Allie LaForce and my colleagues here at the table, Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for being with us. But first, let's reveal our player of the game, Jalen Suggs.
Descending on Miami, Florida, the destination for the Celtics. Maybe the best backcourt in the league. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. They know it's all on them tonight as they prepare for the task ahead at Kaseya Center. Celtics, Heat, and we'll be right back for the tip-off. Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, an April Fool's Day edition. Glad to have you with us. Brian Anderson here. With me tonight are analysts Richard Jefferson and Grant Hill, and our reporter, Allie LaForce. And a chance now to take a look at some numbers for Jaylen Brown.
And he's had a rough past 5 games. He's had trouble finding his offensive rhythm and just hasn't been as effective as he'd like to be on that end. But this is something all players go through, and I'm sure he'll fight his way back.
Looking at the starting 5 for the Boston Celtics. Tatum at the 4 with Kata in at the 5. White and Brown team up as the backcourt. And it's Hauser in at the 3. And for Miami, Andrew Wiggins is out there with Bam Adebayo. Then there's Tyler Hero, then there's Mitchell, and it's Powell in at the small forward position. Well, 2 of the best guards in the league going at it today, Grant. Is there a bit of bragging rights on the line?
You know, maybe not for the players themselves, BA, but the fans will absolutely use this game as evidence when they argue why their guy is the best.
So comfortable in that corner, you better get out to Brown. If you don't, he's going to be sinking these all night.
Adebayo, a screen on Brown. Back to Adebayo. And finished off by Adebayo.
This is why you put the ball in his hands. An accurate pass hitting a moving target.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Well, Eric Spoelstra had a few moments to share with me. We briefly talked about Jaylen Brown and what kind of defensive mindset you have to have against him. And he said, we have to be willing to work just as hard as he is. We have to fight through every single screen, talk to one another, and contest every shot we can. Sounds like it'll be an all-out effort against Brown here in this one. Guys?
As always, Allie, we thank you. Now here's Tatum, taking command on offense when they need it, putting up 21 a game. 17-foot shot on the way. And, yep, a couple of bounces, and it falls.
Over the years, Tatum has limited the amount of mid-range jumpers that he takes, but it is still a natural part of his game.
You know, Grant, for all his competitive nature, Tatum has a pretty calm demeanor. You appreciate that?
Yes, indeed. As a team leader, a father, a role model, and a professional, you can't ask for much better than Jason Tatum. He is the real deal.
Now here's Tatum. Shot clock at 6. Uses the glass on the layup. Tatum's got his second bucket on the night.
Brushing off the contact. Look, the dude is strong. When he gets in there, it's easy. That's an easy bucket.
Back to Powell. There's the triple. And he's in the books. Now 1 for 2.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Hauser outside. White, the pass to Tatum. Another one falls for Boston.
Ideal way to start the game. Come out of the gate and knock down all but one of your first 5 shots.
Pass to Powell. The 3 ball. And again, it's Miami from deep.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And here's Brown for 3. On target from range. Brown's got 6.
Quick answer, Jaylen Brown from long distance.
Now here's Powell. He's got 6. To the paint. Here's Adebayo. And finished off by Adebayo.
He almost brought the basket down on top of himself.
Oh, there's hang time, and then there's a time to hang. Now Brown. 6 points for him. Outside White. And a miss there on the triple. And it's Powell with the ball for Miami. Trailing by 2. Their last meeting was in Boston, where they were unable to fight off the Celtics.
And I don't know what happened in that third quarter. Just a total collapse, and they couldn't get it back.
The Celtics have got 5 of 7 shots to fall. Tatum can't hit. Miami has gone 2 for 4 from range to start things off. And last season, Grant, the sale of the Celtics franchise for $6.1 billion. It seemed like a lot at the time.
Well, yeah, that was until the Lakers sale hit 11 digits last summer, BA. But in both cases, basketball decision-making doesn't change right away. In the case of the Celtics, the governorship doesn't transfer until 2028.
Good stuff from Brown, providing the assist. He's made giant strides in his passing game.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players. Jaquez comes in for Powell. Larson comes in for Mitchell. A minute 39 left in the first quarter. Pass to Larson. Here's the pick. Takes a three. Miami, no good that time either. Boston leading by 4. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Thanks a lot, Brian. The Miami Heat's head coach Eric Spoelstra talked about their approach, and he said, you got to try to take control of the game, set the tone, and play consistently throughout. Everybody's trying to do the same thing. It's who can impose their will longer than the other team. Back to you, B.A.
He knows his stuff. All right, Allie, thanks for the report. And it's the Heat with the ball. Following the bucket by the Celtics. Larson with the bucket.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Garza. And they waste no time getting those 3 points back. Garza's got 5.
And they've settled in quickly today. A nice flow and rhythm to their offense.
Hero, left side. Lets it go from deep. And the Heat, another 3.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Here's Garza. 20 points for him last game against Atlanta. Pass to White. Here's Walsh. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Hero looking around. Using his post moves to get the 2 points. Hero's got his second basket of the night.
Whew, just selling the defense on the pump fake.
Plenty of offense in this closely contested first quarter of play. It's the Celtics up 1. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2. Some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And for the Celtics here, guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Well, what I love is the tremendous belief in their bench. They were looking for points, and their reserves delivered.
Sometimes you just need a change of pace. The bench delivered that.
On the floor for Boston, we've got Jason Tatum, and it's Shireman in at the 2. Right side Pritchard, the 3. The rebound by Ware.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Pass to Yakachonis. Sinks the tray. Yakachonis has got his first 3 points of the game.
And the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
Here's Pritchard, coming off a 16-point game against the Hawks in Atlanta. Tatum against Jaquez. Shoots it from the high post. A nice shot by Tatum. Tatum's got 8.
The defense must be aware of where Tatum is, especially when he's roaming around that mid-range.
Well, Richard, some stars are the system, but Jason Tatum is often admired as a selfless system player.
Yeah, Jason enjoys being a piece of the greater puzzle. He doesn't have to have everything run through him, and I know that makes his teammates happy.
That one's good for 2.
This dude is well-built, man. He's a specimen. He's 6'8". Look, he's going to score inside if he gets that close.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. Both teams deciding to change it up. And now a look at the teams who excelled at rebounding over the last month. The Celtics second.
And last month, this team was active on the glass. Really put forth an effort to box out and track down misses.
Now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second. For three, Powell. It's rebounded by Jaylen Brown.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
Here's Shireman. Some solid D from Jaquez.
Aggressive move. I know he wishes he had that one back.
Mitchell against Pritchard. Mitchell, the pass to Powell. 6 on the shot clock. To the inside. Left side, Jaquez. The three from Mitchell gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2. All right, we've now got our 2K insider, Shams Charania, on the line. He's got a special report. Shams, it's all yours.
Well, with teams seeking switchable defenders, there's a specific player type that could be losing value, those smaller scoring-minded combo guards. You think of the Cole Anthony, Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarksons of the world, perhaps not as sought after as before with teams looking for positional size and versatility.
They'll be challenged for certain. All right, Chomps, thanks for the report.
He hasn't had his best game, but they've gotten enough production elsewhere, so it hasn't really mattered.
Outside Tatum from deep. Oh, Tatum slings it from deep. And here's Mitchell. He'll bring it up for Miami. Next matchup, they'll be at home against the Wizards. That'll be the end of a 3-game homestand. From outside the arc. And again, it's Miami from deep.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at it.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Now here's Tatum. He's got 13. Tatum with a screen. Pritchard from outside. Jaquez grabs the board. Miami leading by 3. Outside Mitchell. Pass to Adebayo. And out of bounds. Boston will have it. And with 3 games remaining in the regular season, here's how the East stacks up. You look at Boston, with great effort over a long season, they're second in the conference. And checking out Miami, currently a ways below.
Well, right now for Boston, their focus is shifting now to the playoffs. Now, they could wrap up a good seed, and of course, it's a matter of playing their best basketball to close out this regular season.
Miami making a switch here. Heroes checked in. Boston also changing it up. Cadis checked in for Walsh. Hauser comes in for Jason Tatum. And Derek White subbed in for Shireman.
One reason this game is so tight is because both teams are hitting the boards with reckless abandon.
Now here's Adebayo. A 23-point game for him in the win against Philadelphia.
And he didn't just create offense for himself now. He did a tremendous job of setting up his teammates as well.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Wiggins checked in for Miami. Powell comes in for Jaquez. Over the past month, here's the best in free throw shooting. Tyler Hero, 4th.
And over this stretch, his foul shooting has been exceptional. You could tell he was enjoying every single trip to the line.
Miami has gone 7 of 13 from downtown so far in this game. And even as the Heat look to go younger, this is not a team with an appetite for lengthy rebuilds, Grant.
Yeah, B.A. The one advantage they possess when star players around the league ponder a change of scenery, Miami certainly has some great views. A dozen consecutive points off of threes. This defense looks rattled.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thank you, guys. Derek White is an impact player, but is he a star in this league? White said, I'm not into labels. I just know whatever the team needs, I'm ready to do it. And what does this team want from him? He said, be aggressive, don't defer. And hearing that from great players, it just gives you confidence. Back to you guys.
An impact player. Thank you, Allie. Here's Powell. Following the bucket by Boston.
Started out strong from three-point land. Hit 2 in the first quarter, but he's gone dry since.
Up top, Brown. Now covers. Brown passes to Queta, and he dunks it down.
There you go. He's a monster at the rim.
So athletic. Obviously, he plays on the attack. White against Hero. Adebayo, a screen on White. Hero with the bucket.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. Miami out in front, up 3. And don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Good to have you with us. With the season in its latter portion, let's look at the Eastern Conference playoff race.
You take a look at the Heat, they've had a drop-off that I don't think anybody predicted. Came into the season with high hopes. The chemistry just hasn't been there from the beginning. It's a disappointing year.
And as we review this first half for the Celtics, still anybody's game.
I only have 2 words for you. Elbow, famich. Establish yourself inside, good things will happen. That's right, Ernie, I said famich.
They've had some success, but they've been counterpunched at times as well. Thanks for tuning in. Now it's time to head back over to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. And you know, Jason Tatum, he's been really making it happen, guys.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
And here's Hero. He'll bring it up for the Heat. 3-point lead. They've got Bam Adebayo. Davion Mitchell is out there with Tyler Hero. Then it's Norman Powell. And it's Wiggins in at the power forward position. That's the group for Eric Spoelstra starting the second half. Hauser outside. Tatum feeling it out a bit. There's the 3. Can't get it to fall. 6 for 10 now.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
And no question, Bam Adebayo, one of the best all-around big men in the league.
And even as his efficiency has waned just a bit in recent years, he remains steady Eddie on a nightly basis. A two-way player who gives you a little of everything.
Pass to Queta. Second half rolling along, about a minute played here. Shot clock at 5. Here's Brown. Nails the 16-footer. Brown's gotten his third basket of the night.
And each year, it seems Brown keeps getting better at shooting the ball, especially from the mid-range.
Miami moving it around. Powell for three. It falls. 5 for 11 in the game.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, you got to know where he is at all times, especially when he's roaming around the perimeter ready to fire.
Brown against Hero. Outside, Brown. Mitchell grabs a miss. Miami leading by 7. Pass to Hero. Back to Mitchell. Now here's Powell. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Mitchell's got 3 assists tonight.
And this has been a nice start to the second half. They're 3 out of 4 in the rhythm on the offense right now.
Brown inside. He's guarded by Hero. White can't hit.
Rough start to the second half for them, only getting 1 of the past 4 shots to fall.
Powell finds Adebayo. Adebayo with the slam.
They're making it look easy out there, just having fun.
Man, their offense is clicking. Players, coaches, everybody, they are in sync.
Tatum against Wiggins. Now here's Tatum. Tight defense on him. Pass to Keita. Outside White. Tatum from long range. Rebound Miami. Powell's got 4 rebounds in the game. A little under 3.5 minutes off the clock now in the third quarter. Adebayo sets a screen. Powell, he's open. 4-3. Boston pulls it in. They're doing what they can do to mount a comeback.
And BA, they don't have to get it all back at once. Just focus on making every possession count.
Outside White. Pass to Keita. Here's Hauser. And here's Tatum. Pounded by Wiggins. Shot to stop the run. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. Tatum's got 15.
Trusting his preparation, Tatum is always ready to bail out his team when they need him most.
The floor is space for the Celtics, Richard, and they've launched threes at a record pace.
And when those shots are falling, they are tough to beat. But they live by the 3, die by the 3. Some say they settle when the shot's not falling. He's someone opposing defenses have a hard time game planning for.
And here's a timeout from Eric Spoelstra now. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Making a switch here. Jaquez is checked in. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Garza's checked in for Keita. Walsh comes in for Jason Tatum. Shireman's checked in for Hauser. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. There's a minute 34 left in the third quarter. Powell, a screen on Pritchard. Powell outside from deep. That's good. That's now his 7th made field goal in 15 tries.
As As a player, a rough first half, look, it can wake you up. Sometimes it leads to much improved play in the second half.
Pritchard, the pass to Garza. Perfect pass to set up the lay-in. Garza's got his third bucket of the night.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
Jaquez with a screen on Pritchard. Hero, no good. Celtics trail by 8. Inside. Pass to Pritchard. There's 39 seconds left in the third quarter here. 5 on the clock. Outside, Brown. Wow, gutsy finish inside by Brown.
Has confidence all over the court. No shot Brown won't take.
Hero for 3. Shireman grabs the board. Boston's got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. Pass to Walsh. And here's Brown. Off the mark there with a 3. And so it's the Miami Heat with a 6-point lead at the close of the quarter. Great shot selection right now, keeping the game simple and getting high percentage looks. More 2K action in just a moment. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm Assist of the Game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. They've got Peyton Pritchard, and it's Shireman in at the 2. Here's Adebayo. Boston pulls it in.
If he gets that look again, he should take it. You can't let one miss scare you off of a very good shot.
Pritchard against Mitchell. Here's Garza. 3-pointer off the mark. Heat leading by 6. Outside Jaquez. From deep, Mitchell. Garza grabs the board. And Tatum's got the ball here for the Celtics. When this game is done, they'll be off to Milwaukee, taking on the Bucks. And that game will mark the end of a 4-game trip.
He's not making much of an impact from deep. His sole 3-pointer came in the first.
Gonzalez pulls it in.
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised he missed that.
Offensively inside.
The Heat have gone 0 for 3 in this fourth. Not good. Outside Mitchell. Miami moving it around. Here's Larson. Pass to Jaquez. From deep, Mitchell sends it home from 3-point land. And the Heat lead by 7.
You want to know why they're winning? It's because of his play offensively.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to make sure everyone is aligned, given the situation right now. Wiggins, he's checked in for Miami. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
During that last break, I heard Joe Mazzulla as he talked with the team. Coach did everything he could to fire up his team, saying, quote, "This is where every one of you has to dig deep It's going to come down to who wants it more. Anything to give his team an extra push to close the gap. Guys?
All right, appreciate it, Allie. Outside White. Outside Tatum. The kick out to White. Fires the three. Boston, no good that time either. Heat leading by 7. Outside Jaquez. Right side Adebayo.
And what makes Bam special is his versatility, offensively and defensively. He can do a lot more out there for you than most other guys.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Heat.
The name of the game in the modern NBA is making threes, spacing the court, and that's exactly what they are doing tonight.
Well, something else that stands out is how they've shared the ball. I mean, they're getting a lot of their points from sharp passing.
And the first one at the line is good. So for Miami, Norman Powell, he's checked in for Jaquez. And Tyler Hero subbed in for Larson. Cadis checked in for Boston. Hauser comes in for Pritchard. And so he's able to get one of 2. Celtics trail by 8. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the 4th. Hauser outside. Here's the 3. It's hauled in by the Heat. They've led by as many as 11. White against Hero. Pass to Adebayo. Out to Powell. Fires from deep. And rebounded by Tatum. Celtics trail by 8.
It's crazy. He's growing taller. He's adding more muscle. Tatum just becomes harder to defend in there.
Team foul. Shooting for Boston, Jason Tatum. 2.
First free throw is good.
A multi-talented swingman. Tatum just continues to get better and better each year.
He does not get the second one.
One of the best players in the game today. Tatum's work ethic and hunger to win more championship is special.
Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins punishing him inside.
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
White against Mitchell. There's a screen. Here's a pass to Tatum. Yes! Using that window!
I love seeing Tatum exhibit the passion that he has shown us tonight. Such a motivated performance by him.
Hero against Brown. Hero right side. Oh, he misses the layup.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights that bucket is automatic.
Here's Mitchell. Oh, he goes to the glass with that one.
The passing of Hero keeps getting better and better as his career goes on.
Celtics trail by 9. There's a minute 40 left to play in the 4th. Tatum. Tatum showing off the strength.
Somebody help this man. Get this man some help out there. He's doing everything he can to keep his team in the game.
Outside Wiggins. Outside Hero. Brown pulls down the board.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths into the...
against Hero. Oh, touches it off the glass.
Yeah, busting his way inside. Hero making sure he kept moving toward the hoop.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to make sure they're purposeful with the game plan. Are outside. Here's a pass to Tatum. Pulls the trigger. Oh, can't hit the jumper. Powell serving the D. Hero misses the three.
I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure we can close the book on this one.
Yeah, they fought as hard as they could. Just wasn't in the cards tonight.
Miami with the ball. They've led by as many as 11. Outside Mitchell. And so Miami takes the win. This one was in the balance right until the final seconds.
NBA, they showed their character when it mattered most, sending those fans home happy.
Well, now we have some time to check in with Allie LaForce. Allie.
Tyler, these Miami fans, they are so appreciative of the effort that you guys displayed tonight. Talk about what they mean to you.
Yeah, we couldn't do it without these amazing fans right here, so we appreciate you guys. Continuing to support us through the ups and downs, and we appreciate y'all.
Thanks so much, Tyler.
Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome to 2K Sports presentation of the NBA. But the bad news is there is no basketball. There is no NBA. The game has been canceled. Ha ha! Happy April Fool's Day, baby! This is the NBA, and we've got a great one in store. I'm Kevin Harlan, joined by Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy. And we've got Allie LaForce reporting from the sideline. And checking out some numbers for Jarris Walker.
In the last 5 games, you can see the trend upwards for effective field goal percentage. And it shows you how confident he's playing right now.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Andrew Nembhard is out there with Nesmith. Then it's Pascal Siakam. Then it's Walker. And it's Huff in at the 5. And for Chicago, we've got Bruce Ellis. Jones is out there with Josh Giddey. Then it's Nick Richards. And it's It's Okoro in at the 3, the small forward. And we're late in the season. And, Coach, both of these teams battling for playoff position. So, does that change your approach at this stage?
Well, no doubt. Obviously, you want to win the game, but you've got to consider your overall postseason situation, potential matchups, injuries, etc. You might need this win, but if not, then you need to consider just how much to push.
Now Jones following the three-point attempt by Pascal Siakam. Shot from the wing. Second chance shot. Count that one.
Yeah, secures the ball off the glass. Does a nice job going right back up.
Nembhard, the pass to Huff. Some nice passing here by Indiana. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
Clearly, he's one of the best there is in the business when it comes to making that lead pass.
Let's go to the sideline and see what Allie LaForce has dug up for us. Allie, take it away.
I caught up with head coach Billy Donovan. I asked him if he's focused on a particular player in the opposing lineup, and coach stressed the message he delivered to his team about Pascal Siakam. It was simple. Don't bite on his spin move. He doesn't want his guys falling for Siakam's tricks in the low post. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, Allie, thank you.
And here's a guy who's worked on his range a little bit every year. Siakam confident from well beyond the arc now.
And despite all the accolades, GA, is it possible that Pascal Siakam is underrated?
Absolutely. Spicy P is one of the best two-way players in the league, exceptionally versatile, and his impact goes beyond his impressive stat line.
Siakam passes to Huff. Here's Nembhard. 6 on the shot clock. There's the triple. It's not going to go for him. And for the Pacers, they come in off a great outing against Miami.
And that one was all about offensive execution, running your plays, picking your spots.
Yeah, and you know, coaches honestly wouldn't have as much to do if guys shot like that every night.
Indiana's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Releases from 15. Chicago grabs the miss. The Pacers beat them last time when these two teams met in Indiana.
It was a loss last time they faced up against each other. A very tightly contested game that they felt they could have won.
Yeah, that was a close one. In the end, they came away with the loss. And a big reason why was because their starters just kept fouling.
Excellent job navigating the screen and roll there. Giddey showing his vision on that one.
Siakam inside. He picked up 30 points in their last win against Miami.
Yeah, and he also put in major work on the board. Just an all-around dominant performance.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Nembhard for 3, and the Pacers can't get it to go. Now the Bulls with it. Good momentum, 8 straight points. Pass to Jones. Okoro setting the pick for Jones. Giddey surveying the D. It's rebounded by Nesmith.
Well, he's more than comfortable in the mid-range, but you can't make them all.
Walker's shot is off.
Doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Now here's Jones. Scoreless thus far.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
And so the timeout here taken by Rick Carlisle. He's going to make some adjustments to the game plan. Lineup changes for Chicago. Miller comes in for Okoro. And it's Colin Sexton in for Jones. Indiana also making some changes. Shepard's checked in for Jarris Walker. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Aaron Nesmith. There's 1:26 left to play in the first quarter. Pass to McConnell. There's a screen. Here's Huff to stop the run. And the Pacers can't get it to go. It's an 8-point differential. Giddey kicks to Miller. Back to Giddey. A 3-ball. Good. And Miller gets the assist.
They've wasted no time settling into their offense.
And so it's McConnell with it. They'll bring it up for Indiana. Pass to Huff. And here's McConnell. Here's Shepard. Taking a look at his numbers, he averages about 7 points a game. On the clock. Siakam inside the three-point line. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Sexton on the wing. Here's Bruce Ellis, and the Bulls another 3.
The defense a step slow. You can see the result.
McConnell with it. He picked up 15 points in their last win against Miami. At the elbow, it's Siakam. Over Miller. Kept alive. Huff. And good work on the boards. They pick up the second chance points. And so it's Chicago enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. Defensively, they have gotten after it, contesting every shot going up. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Bulls.
Well, the coaching staff's game plan is very clear. Move the ball on the perimeter and shoot the shots with no hesitation.
And it seems they've also put an emphasis on moving the ball, working to rotate around the defense and find those quality looks.
They've got Dillingham. Williams is out there with Miller. Then there's Colin Sexton. And it's Yabusele in at the 5, down low. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago.
That's inexcusable defense right there. You gotta contest the shot better than that.
To the middle. And finished off by Yabusele.
I like how Sexton keeps his options open off the pick and roll. He's looking for the team's best shot.
And it seems like Josh Giddey playing with newfound confidence, coach, since his arrival with the Bulls in Chicago.
Yeah, one of those trades that seem to benefit both teams. The Bulls have handed Giddey the keys to their offense, and he has not looked back.
Pacers trail by 11. Now Jones. He has yet to score. Pass to Toppin. Top of the key. Miller grabs the miss.
That was a good look from the mid-range. He'd like to have that one back.
Sexton against Toppin. Now here's Sexton. His last outing with 20 points.
Very clever ball handling from Sexton, getting himself some room to work with.
The Pacers have gone 1 of 3 to start off the second quarter. And so the timeout here taken by Rick Carlisle. Coach is going to take a few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. So for the Bulls, Okoro's checked in for Patrick Williams. Josh Giddey comes in for Colin Sexton. And Trey Jones subbed in for Dillingham. Two minutes now played in the second quarter. Toppin inside, covered by Miller. Toppin sets a screen for McConnell. Outside, Walker. 5 on the clock. Good on the three-point shot. And joining us now by phone is insider Shams Charania with some news. Shams, give it to us.
Well, a debate is brewing. While the NBA has pushed back against load management, saying it's an 82-game league, prominent voices on the team side countering that. With much more movement on every possession, modern play style places novel demands on players' bodies.
A serious challenge. Okay, Shams, we thank you for that report. Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us. An update. Allie?
Thank you. The Pacers are all about winning. And Coach Rick Carlisle said, our young players are having to earn their way. They're not being given anything. It's the only way to do things, in my opinion. If you want to build championship habits, you got to do it on a merit-based, accountability type of basis. Kevin?
Okay, Allie, we thank you for the report.
Well, after a bad start, he looks like a different player right now.
Toppin passes to Walker. McConnell kicks to Toppin. Three-pointer. Chicago grabs the miss.
The shooting numbers just aren't there yet in the quarter.
Pass to Jones. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Misses the layup.
Well, give credit to the defense for cutting him off. Normally, that'd be easy points for him at the rim.
Walker taking his time here. Pass to Toppin. And the Pacers can't get it to go.
You know what? He's just stone cold right now. Really not sure if he's their best option offensively as they try to get back in this game.
1:46 left here in the second. Now Siakam. It's stolen by Jones. Driving the lane. Miller with a wide open look. That's in. Coming off an assist from Jones.
Yeah, this looks like a pregame shoot-around with all the threes they're allowing.
Outside, Walker. Back to McConnell. Some nice passing here by Indiana. In the corner, it's Toppin. And they come right back with their own three-pointer. Toppin's got a pair of triples in the second now for the Pacers. And Billy Donovan wants a timeout. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup. He's checked in for Yabusele. And Buzelis subbed in for Miller. The Pacers also changing it up. Huff's checked in. And Andrew Nembhard's subbed in for T.J. McConnell. On defense, the Pacers. They trail by 16. Pass to Jones. This one for three. Walker with the rebound.
And when you can't get anything to fall, it definitely gets in your head.
Yeah, they might want to draw something up here to get him something at the rim or getting to the free throw line. Sometimes that's all it takes to snap a cold streak.
And Chicago has possession. The Pacers making the shot. Jones, the pass to Okoro. That's in, coming off an assist from Jones. Jones has got 6 assists in the game. Pacers trail by 17. Siakam with it, and it's Buzelis picking him up. Outside, Walker. Giddey against Nembhard. Clock at 4. Tries again. Here's Huff. Persistence pays off as they finally hit a shot. Huff's got 6.
Well, you want to shoot a high percentage from the floor? That's where you go with the ball.
And so it's the Chicago Bulls. Their lead at 15 going into the break. And it's been their rugged defense setting the tone. Back to the action in just a minute.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shots. Drums. They're thinking about the shot. Oh, left the window open. Let's hear it for the participants.
Hey everybody, it's halftime. Boy, it's been a rough go so far for the Indiana Pacers.
They are out of sync. Too much individual play. They got to work together to create better looks.
Hard to argue with that, given their field goal percentage here. And changing it up, my favorite segment, social media posts. Got a question here from Jose and One Hero. Who's the #1 overall pick in the studio show draft?
It's Ernie Bartholomew Johnson. That's the franchise broadcaster right there.
Yeah, I agree. You just put some talent around Ernie and then come back later and you got a championship squad.
Well, look, guys, it takes a team effort, but thank you. That is more than enough of us. Let's send you back to the game. Kevin Harlan and crew with the second half.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. One of the stories here, Isaac Okoro getting it done today.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
Here's Giddey. And so in the game for the Pacers, we've got Walker. Aaron Nesmith is out there with Nembhard. Then it's Pascal Siakam. And it's Huff in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
That's why you never quit battling on the offensive glass.
And that's a nice reward for his effort. The flush, perfect.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the board.
It's important that Siakam plays with confidence from there. I mean, when he does, the results are often like that one.
Now here's Giddey. He has been a nice option for them offensively, and he's averaging more than 17 points a game. Chalk up 2 there. Richards got 4 points in the quarter.
I love the way he went with the bounce pass there. Great awareness.
And one of the many challenges for a small market team like the Pacers, Greg, going up against that luxury tax.
And they've avoided carrying a payroll that would incur the tax. But right when they said they were planning to do just that, the Bucks stunned everyone with the maneuver to secure Pacers center Miles Turner and perhaps let him off the hook.
Now here's Giddey. Pass to Okoro. Here's Buzelis. It's good from long range. Buzelis has got 8 points.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today, ending with a basket coming off a pretty pass?
And here is Nesmith. Hasn't made one yet. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Bulls will take it. With the bars in the action, let's bring you the list of teams that have been lighting it up over the last 10 games. Number 5, the Bulls.
Yeah, what an impressive run for this club. Everybody seems to be in a rhythm in terms of scoring, and they are putting up some big numbers.
The Bulls leading by 20. Outside, Jones. Pass to Buzelis. Now here's Jones. And here's Giddey. And that comes off the assist by Jones. Giddey's got his second bucket of the night.
You know, they've hit the ground running to begin this second half. 4 for 5 so far.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Here's Siakam. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. And Greg, the Bulls have said they're leaning towards building with depth, saying that star teams are more vulnerable to injury.
Well, they don't yet have a bona fide big-time star on this roster, so if you ask me, that might be a case of sour grapes.
And the first one drops.
A big man who can score, rebound, and pass. This is why Siakam has become a huge piece of this team.
That one falls, so he hits both of them.
And with Siakam, it's been fun to watch his post-game develop. He's got a host of moves in the paint.
Back to Jones. Pass to Buzelis. Here's Giddey from outside the arc. Another 3 for Chicago.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Here's Siakam following the three-point basket by Chicago. 6 to shoot. And Nembhard has it in the corner. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Chicago has gotten going here in the second half from outside, nailing 3 of 4 from the arc. Jones for 3, drains the three-pointer. Jones has got his first 3 points of the game.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
Well, clearly the defense has had no answer for them. Might be time to try something different.
Time called here. Indiana decides to talk it over. Sexton is checked in for Josh Giddey. Obi Toppin's checked in for Indiana. So it's the Pacers now. Pass to Nesmith. It's Nembhard on the wing. One of the dependable scorers on the team. He's averaging close to 17 points a game.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in cracking this huge lead.
Buzelis' shot is good.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
The Pacers have gotten just one of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room at the break. Pass to Toppin. To halt the run. Hands it from downtown. Toppin's got 9.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Now here's Jones, and he can be counted on to put some points on the board every night. He's averaging right around 13.5 points a game. Sexton for 3. It's rebounded by Indiana. 1:06 left in the third. Here's Nesmith. No scoring in this one. Huff, no good. For Chicago, they've gone 7 of 9 from the field to start this second half. Some tremendous shooting from them. Sexton attacking. Banked in off the glass.
He's shifty. Sexton can get by you if he's given a lane.
41 seconds left to play in the third. Pass to Huff. Now, here's Toppin. Here's Huff. He's got 6. Shot clock at 6. Puts up a 3. Toppin can't get it to go. For Chicago, they've gone 8 of 10 shooting here in the second half. Very strong. And he lobs it up. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
Absolutely the prettiest play in basketball, executed to perfection.
I don't think you get an argument there. Everybody loves the alley-oop. The 3 quarters of play all in the books, and this one all but over already. The Bulls on top, just dominating this one. And will return shortly. And let's listen to head coach Rick Carlisle review the game plan with his guys.
Hey, it's all about physical. It's all about physical. Make sure we're running back. Touch somebody.
Pleading for his teammate to be more physical and aggressive.
Something we hear often from Coach Carlisle, urging his team to play tough and physical.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Williams is out there with Miller. Then there's Sexton. Then it's Dillingham, and it's Yabusele in at the 5 roaming the paint. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. Some nice ball movement by the Bulls. Pass to Sexton. Miller outside. Back to Sexton. Now Dillingham. No good on the 3. Outside, Jones. Tapping a screen on Williams. Jones, no one around him. Pass to Shepard. No good with the triple. And for the Bulls, they're shooting the ball with incredible accuracy. 68% so far. And here's Miller. And GA, you look at all these great European players. Some saying that youth development in the U.S. could emulate aspects of what they're doing overseas in their system.
Well, it's already going in that direction. Youngsters able to, in essence, go pro from their early teens. But the academies they've set up over there, they are, no doubt, intriguing.
And Indiana making a change here. Puff's jacked in. And it's McConnell with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Indiana Pacers. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets.
And right there, you see the impact of Siakam's length. So tough to defend once he gets to his spots.
And a chance for just a second now to check out the scoring breakdown for Chicago.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the 3.
And their passing has been great as well. Ball movement is key in getting good looks, and they've had that down tonight.
And the first one at the line is good. Stan teams take more threes now than ever before. More than double the average attempts we saw in the 90s.
Well, I think what's happened, Kevin, is we just have more guys who can shoot the ball. So in the 90s, you might have had 2 guys who shot the ball well from 3 and made it a good shot. Now, on a lot of teams, virtually everyone on the roster can shoot the 3. If we have more guys on the floor who can space out and shoot the 3, we're going to have a lot more attempts and a lot more efficiency on those attempts.
Sexton the pass to Miller. Dillingham with it. Here's Yabusele. His 3-pointers off the mark. Jones against Sexton. Pass to McConnell. Siakam outside. The three. The rebound by Yabusele. The Bulls have gone 0 of 3 to start the fourth quarter. Williams up on top. Now Dillingham. Pass to Yabusele. Here's Sexton. Over Jones. Sexton's shot is good.
Those mid-rangers can be tricky. Sexton looked confident.
Indiana's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Siakam, right side. Fires the three. And the Pacers can't get it to go.
Well, his shot selection's been poor. If I were coaching this team, he'd be sitting next to me.
Now Sexton. Here's Miller. The basket good off the assist from Sexton. Sexton's got 4 assists now tonight. We'll look at the clock. A little under 3.5 minutes gone here in the fourth. They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Here's Shepard. And the 3 off target. The Bulls have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Sexton dishes to Miller. Over in the corner, Williams. Miller outside. And a miss there on the triple.
You can't miss those, but even the best do on occasion.
2 minutes.
They set the pick. Shot on the wing. Count it. Siakam's got 4 this quarter.
And Siakam always has options in the mid-range. He's a talented shooter who can make that shot.
Williams looking over the floor. Outside, Sexton. 6 to shoot. No good from Yabusele. For Indiana, they've gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the 1 make. Pass to Shepard. 3-pointer. It's all in by the Bulls.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout. Big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for the Bulls.
You don't see this kind of a blowout often, but tonight this is a quality win across the board to deliver out this kind of punishment.
They definitely never changed the approach. They just kept after it and showed they were clearly the better team in just about every single category.
And so taking a look at their record, a nice milestone they'll be picking up tonight. 30 wins on the year now.
That's breathing a huge sigh of relief, guys. They're on their way to a win here, avoiding losing all 4 games of the season series.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Booz Ellis.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no one was stopping him.
And so Sexton will bring it up for the Bulls. Here in the fourth, they've allowed just 4 points, and the shot is good.
And it's just competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up.
Now, here's Siakam. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense, potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They were pretty much dominant.
And that'll do it, folks. Here with Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and Allie LaForce, I'm Kevin Harlan, signing off for this presentation of NBA basketball. But as we go, let's take a look at our player of the game, Matas Buzelis.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, an April Fool's Day edition. Glad to have you with us. With Grant Hill and Clark Kellogg, I'm Brian Anderson. Ali LaForce is our reporter. And here we can check out the story for Alperen Şengün.
He's been really dialed in from deep during these last 5 games. Looking assertive and in control every time he rises up to shoot from beyond the three-point line. And it's been fun to watch.
Now let's take a look at the Bucks opening lineup. We've got Miles Turner. Gary Trent is out there with Kyle Kuzma. And it's Jang in at small forward. And for Houston, Katie and Smith, the lengthy duo at forward. Thompson out there with Shepard. And it's Şengün in at the 5, roaming the paint. All right, Grant, when your team is in the second game of a back-to-back, do you play it differently?
You know, it depends on what happened in the first game. Did your starters have to play a lot of minutes? Did you get into double overtime? It just depends, B.A.
Here's Jang, pass to Kuzma. Beyond the arc. It's rebounded by Şengün. And here's Thompson. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. Here's Smith. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Wow. Smith going for a slam. He wants everyone to know that he's arrived.
Turner, a screen on Smith. Kuzma for 3. Can't hit it. He's 0 for 2 now. And here are the Rockets. Here's Thompson. Nice start for him, sinking his first shot.
You see there, Thompson does a good job of sneaking into the lane and finishing.
Rollins passes to Turner. There's a screen. Pass to Kuzma. Here's Rollins. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Jang. And again, it's the Bucks missing. And it's exceptional, the level of commitment that Ime Udoka has inspired from this Rockets team, Grant.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, he's a player's coach, but very demanding, and he holds everyone accountable. It's all about professionalism and purpose.
Here's Rollins. Turned in an outstanding game against Dallas. Here's Shepard. Down low. Here's Durant. And off the front iron, and in it goes.
Tell you what, that defense was physical, and yet Durant, with great balance and composure, just stayed with it.
Trent from long range. And again, it's the Bucks missing.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize.
Shepard, that's good.
They've missed just 1 of 5 shots so far. I like the look of this offense.
Milwaukee has gone 0 for 4 from deep to start this one. Kuzma, the pass to Rollins. Smith against Kuzma. Milwaukee, no good that time either. And it's Houston's ball. Good momentum, 8 straight points. And it's Thompson penetrating. The 3, Smith. The shot, no good. Bucks trail by 8. Here's Rollins. His offense has been fantastic, averaging just over 17 a game. Pass to Turner for 3. Rockets with a rebound. This game coming on the heels of their win versus the Knicks.
And you'd have to think that luck played a part in that one. I mean, the opponent had an off night at the defensive end for sure.
Well, I think it was a combination of things, quite honestly, but the defense didn't really offer them a challenge all night. I agree with that.
Now here's Trent. His last outing, we saw him score 13.
Well done by Trent Jr. to draw the contact. He's not going to shy away from throwing that foul.
It's his first trip to the line.
I think it's been a struggle for him at the line. He's been scuffling this season. I mean, he's pretty well below the percentage that he shot a season ago, and not quite sure why.
knocks down the first one.
One of the top sharpshooters in the league, Gary Trent Jr., the guy you kind of expect to be at around 40% or better from deep.
Eason's checked in for Houston. Durant hits them both. Well, Clark, the Bucks certainly need to rebuild on some level, but they don't control their own draft pick until 2031.
And BA, that certainly makes things complicated and more difficult. A losing season won't do them any good in terms of the lottery. They've got to do their best to stay competitive while developing their young talent. That's a really difficult balancing act. Not many bigs can slow down KD once he gets around the rim.
Here's Rollins. No points yet. Kuzma for three. And the three-pointer goes.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
The Rockets lead by 5.
2 minutes remaining.
Durant, pass to Eason. A minute 53 left in the first quarter of the game. Here's Durant. The rebound by Turner.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
Some nice passing by Milwaukee here. Six to shoot. Here's Jang. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
You know, to me, this is what you love seeing from Turner, the willingness to give the ball up and get his guys going.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. Will go for a different look here. Clint Capella, he's checked in for Şengün. Green comes in for Smith. Okogie's checked in for Durant. And it's Davison in for Amen Thompson. Bobby Portis is checked in for the Bucks. Green comes in for Trent. Here's Davison. Outside Eason. Green with a screen on Green. Fires for three. Eason can't get it to go.
Yeah, the half and half balls are going their way, and that's really a function of effort and intensity. You know, the ball doesn't discriminate. Whoever goes and gets it, that's who owns it.
It's been an ugly quarter for him. Trying to shoot his way out of it. Might be time to work on the playmaking skills.
Davison, pass to Eason. Puts up a three. They get it again. Outside, Green. Houston with another miss. And so timeout here by Doc Rivers. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Last time they met in Milwaukee,
they were out-hustled on the boards the last time these teams met.
Yeah, and that turned the tide to rebounding differential. They've got to focus and make it a team effort to really pound the glass.
Alfred Şengün comes in for Clint Capella, and Finney Smith subbed in for Davison. Milwaukee also changing it up. Nance, he's checked in for Turner. Prince comes in for Kuzma, and Harris is subbed in for Rollins. The Bucks trail by 3. There's a 4-second difference between the shot and game clock. And here is Green. He also had a big impact in that win against the Mavericks. The 3 from Prince. It's hauled in by Houston. Şengün's got 4 rebounds now. Pass to Finney Smith. Stop the drought. He buries it from 3.
Nice setup. Excellent team basketball.
And so it's the Houston Rockets leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. They've been aggressive in transition and find themselves in front. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Rockets. Guys?
It's simple. The main takeaway from the first quarter is they're winning this game with defense.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at the energy, the effort defensively. They put it all out there in that opening quarter.
On the court for Milwaukee here in the second. They've got Taurean Prince. A.J. Green is out there with Gary Harris. Then it's Bobby Portis, and it's Nance in at the 4. And that one's good. Green. And we're joined now by Shams Charania. He's calling in with a story. Good to have you, Shams. What's going on?
Well, guys, a lot of excitement about the upcoming 2026 draft class, but quietly, some scouts voicing early concern about the quality of prospects in the class of 27. Now, there's still time for players to emerge, but expect this to impact the way teams value those picks.
Something to keep an eye on, no doubt. Shams, thank you for the report. Now, here's Green. Checking his stats, he's scoring around 9.5 points per game. Clock at 6. Portis with a screen on Eason. Launches it from deep. Eason pulls it in. Houston leading by 3. Outside, Finney Smith. Pass to Şengün. And Green comes to help. Here's Eason. Off target with the 3. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Portis with a screen on Eason. Green, the pass to Prince. Portis the screen. Prince finds Portis. Green for 3. Bearing his second of 3 attempts.
He's found his game in this second quarter, looking very assertive now.
Houston has gone 0 for 3 from deep to begin the second. And we know how loyal Giannis is to Milwaukee, but trade rumors continue.
Yeah, it's just the reality when you have a superstar player, but not much of a title shot. The sense is Giannis deserves to make another run at it somewhere.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. Coach probably just checking to make sure everybody's on the same page here. Checked in for the Rockets. Thompson comes in for Okogie. And a new group getting ready for the Bucks. Turner, he's checked in for Portis. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Nance. Jang, he's checked in for Prince. And it's Trent in for Harris. And Houston has possession. In the second quarter, held scoreless. Green with a screen on Green. Here's Thompson.
Oh, hey, how about big time right there? Big time. Woo. That's unreal. I mean, Thompson, that was going to hit his head on the rim one day.
Oh, thanks for that great view, courtesy of the AT&T Connected Cam. And so it's Green who brings up the ball for the Milwaukee Bucks. They've only given up 2 points this quarter, and it's time for an injury report.
Hey guys, the head athletic trainer for Milwaukee did provide some information. He let me know that it's a strained hip, which causes plenty of soreness and shooting pain in that area. A return to the floor was very 50-50. It's the kind of injury that would sideline many players, but everyone's built a little differently. So guys, he's going to brave it out.
All right, Allie, thanks. Appreciate the update.
You know, for better or worse, life brings these kinds of challenges, and they aren't pleasant. We know he's up to it, though. He'll respond and move forward in a positive way.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thanks a lot, B.A. Kevin Durant talked about the key to his longevity, and he said just being enthusiastic about the game every day and wanting to get better, that forces you to get in the gym. What you do the most is what you're going to be best at, and if you don't use it, you'll lose it. That's how I look at it. Guys, back to you.
The love for the game. Allie, appreciate the report. Free throw off from Kuzma.
Could be better from the line. Kuzma, a smooth shooter, but needs work from there.
Grant, is it fair to call Kevin Durant one of the most unique players we've ever seen?
Without a doubt, B.A., most definitely. The blend of size and perimeter skill, unprecedented. KD able to rise up and score over most any defender.
Here's Smith. Nice dish, and the layup goes down. Smith's gotten his second bucket of the game.
He knows he can get his shot anytime he wants, and he also knows he has the green light.
And so timeout here by Doc Rivers. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy. Shepard, he's checked in for Houston. And Milwaukee with a change here too. Rollins is checked in. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. Kuzma outside. Pass to Turner. Back to Kuzma. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. Şengün's got 6 rebounds now in the game.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to find his rhythm offensively, and that's having a ripple effect.
Sweet mid-range jumper for Kevin Durant. He's dialed in wherever he shoots it from.
Chang passes to Kuzma. And again, it's the Bucks missing. Houston leading by 6. Durant with it. Turner covering. KD jams it straight down.
Come on now, what a talent. Slips through the lane and just flushes it home.
Oh, the D feeling some shame right there. That was big league.
Well, I tell you what, you just got to sit back and admire the creativity there.
Kuzma for 3. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got 7 rebounds in the game.
A chilly quarter for him offensively, trying to get warmed up.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing him get bottled up like that. Wow.
They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Here's Jang. Defended by Thompson. Kuzma for three. Again, the miss by Kuzma.
And his struggles have been apparent. Unable to make an impact scoring the ball.
Houston working the ball around. Durant for three. The rebound by Turner. Turner's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Jang, guarded by Durant. Jang passes to Kuzma. Here's Rollins. Still no points. Jang. Another miss. They desperately need a bucket. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Now Durant. There's 10 seconds left to play in the second quarter. 4 on the clock. Pass to Smith. Takes the three. That one doesn't drop. And so it's the Houston Rockets finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. Defense is setting the tone. Let's send it courtside and check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have?
I'm here with Coach Ime Udoka. And, Coach, what are some of the positives that you can take away from that first half?
Our physicality has been good to start. Obviously, a point of emphasis is keeping them under control in transition. We like how we're guarding defensively. Obviously, it is big against this team.
Great start. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3.
Hello, folks. Let's get right to it. First off, we'll take a look at what's happening around the league right now. Boston leading against the Heat in Miami. Not much left to be decided in that one.
This one has not been close. Nothing to see here but carnage.
And taking a closer look at that first half, how about Kevin Durant?
It's been easy money for the Slim Reaper tonight. The scoring ability off the charts. Good thing I didn't have to guard him.
Not sure if you'd be the one checking him, Jet. Thanks for tuning in. Now we head back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. One of the stories here, Kevin Durant. He's getting it done today.
Yeah, tonight he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
Houston leading by 8. Inside, Smith and Şengün. Thompson is the off guard with KD at small forward. And it's Shepherd in at the point. And that's the group for Ime Udoka as we begin the second half.
Oh, when we talk about the future of Shepherd, scoring inside is very important to take his game to the next level.
Pass to Rollins. And here's Trent. Launches a three. It's hauled in by Houston. Durant's got 4 rebounds now.
And they're +5 on the boards after that rebound.
Kept alive. And Şengün gets it to go. Şengün's got his first bucket in this one.
Yeah, I love to see guys bagging their own groceries. Şengün snatching the miss and scoring afterwards.
Pass to Rollins. Ooh, Durant with a steal. Here we go, one-on-one. Look at Durant taking advantage in the open floor.
Nice little bounce in their step since the break. 3 for 4 to start the half.
Here's Rollins. Yet to see a basket. And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen. Let's take a look at the seeding for the Eastern Conference with only 4 games of the regular season remaining. Taking a look at Milwaukee, a really frustrating season for them. They're looking forward to the draft.
I think for the Bucks, their season's in danger of slipping away. But still, it's not too late. With a strong push here over the last few games, they could earn a play-in spot.
Durant, no good.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
To the middle. Here's Turner. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
Exceptional skills for Turner down in the paint. This guy, I think, has the potential to be a dominant player inside for a lot of years.
Here's Shepard. They look to him to score consistently, averaging around 13.5 a game. Here's Durant. Rebounded by Kuzma. Bucks trail by 12. Here's Rollins. Trent outside. The three is up. It's rebounded by Houston. They'll face the Jazz after this game. That'll be at home. It's game 3 of a trifecta at home.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
And when you make 5 in a row in close like that, it also takes pressure off your perimeter guys, too.
Here's Rollins. He's scoreless. Pass to Trent. Here's Rollins. There's a screen by Turner. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The top of the key jumper is on the mark.
Oh, and Turner's really good at picking the defense apart, especially with the catch-and-shoot jumper.
Such a unique player, Clark. Miles Turner. He's both a floor spacer and a rim protector.
There aren't too many guys like that in the league, B.A. I mean, those are two very distinct skill sets, and to have them in one big guy like Turner, that's certainly something you relish and appreciate.
And so Ime Udoka decides to call timeout. Coach probably just checking to make sure everybody's on the same page here. He's checked in for Milwaukee. And among the freshman class in the league, here are some of the top defenders since the All-Star break. Second, Reed Shepard.
You can tell by his steals numbers that he's really figuring things out here in the second half of the season. You have to protect the ball when he's around.
Well, the game's slowing down for him, and that's what you see happen with young players as they get more comfortable. And with that comes confidence.
Now here's Thompson. His numbers are solid, putting up around 18 points a game.
Yeah, their defense is starting to wear down. That's 3 straight buckets at the rim.
Third quarter of basketball here. A little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Out to Portis. Trent for 3. Gets the 3 to fall. Trent's got 5 points.
A guy you've got to take seriously from beyond the arc. Trent Jr. loves to knock it down from range.
Pass to Şengün. Durant looking around.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
Looming large, KD.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
Here's Portis. Lays it up and banks it in.
With his height, the contest can be a non-issue, especially when Portis is in the paint.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Thank you, Brian. The Rockets have become a fearsome defensive team, and Coach Ime Udoka said, our young guys were tired of losing, and they bought into it. A huge part is just shifting the mentality and doing our part on that end. Understanding how much that impacts winning, it is a non-negotiable for me. Back to you.
They are bought in. Allie, we appreciate the report. Now here's Trent. 5 points in the game. Off target from outside. Right side Durant. Good. And that basket makes him 8 for 14 for the game.
You know, the defense has been very slow to adapt. I mean, that's 10 straight points now inside.
Portis outside. Pass to Rollins. Here's Jang. No good on the triple. The Rockets lead by 13. To the paint. Oh, and a beautiful feed leads to a monster jam.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
And that's terribly demoralizing for a defense, guys. I mean, they know he's going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that they may not have an answer for it.
Here's Rollins. Yet to see a basket. Down low. And then Turner with the dunk.
What athleticism from Turner. My goodness. He loves getting chances to throw it down like that.
Durant way outside. Misses the deep three-point attempt. And so it's the Houston Rockets in a good situation, up by 13 points to close the quarter. We hear teams talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but this is how you do it. We'll be right back after this word. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. On the court right now for the Bucks, Bobby Portis out there with Kyle Kuzma. Then there's Prince, then it's Gary Harris, and it's Green in at the point guard position. Portis, the pass to Green. Pure from three-point range.
Smart pass by Portis, showing the ability to make good decisions with the ball.
Houston leading by 10. Pass to Şengün. Şengün, a screen on Harris. Okogie into the lane and out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. Bucks trail by 10. Now here's Green. To the inside. Portis gets the bucket.
And you can just see how confident Portis is inside. I mean, very comfortable there. Feels like he can score whenever he wants to.
Inside. Here's Şengün. And Şengün throw it down.
Woo! B.A., that's lit.
Ferocious all the way. Man, that was good.
Ammonia strong, we call that. Wear that rim out.
Kuzma outside. Fires for three. It's rebounded by Şengün. Şengün's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Here's Okogie. Yep, count it. And now it's a 12-point Houston lead.
And talk about imposing your will. That's 10 straight points in the paint.
Well, constantly finding lanes to the basket, getting great looks inside.
And a timeout called here by Doc Rivers. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here. Making some changes. Durant, he's checked in for Finney Smith, and it's Amin Thompson in for Okogie. The Bucks also with a sub. Miles Turner, he's checked in for Prince. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, during that last break, I heard Doc Rivers as he talked with the team. He wants them to show more heart, saying, quote, they are outworking us, you guys. At some point, you've got to decide you want to box out and that you want to protect the ball. He does not sound too pleased with the performance. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Allie.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Barrage, they came out gunning and have not stopped.
Here's Thompson. Pass to Green. Just 5 on the clock. And Thompson gets it to go. And the Rockets lead by 11.
Very little resistance around the rim right now. That's the 5th straight bucket they've given up in the paint.
Those looks they're allowing are almost automatic.
Kuzma outside. Portis with a screen on Durant. Kuzma for 3. Portis finds Green. Off target from 3-point range.
I'll tell you what, they've rebounded the ball tremendously well.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
Turner outside. He shoots. Durant there for the rebound.
Good shot, gone bad. Gotta finish there.
Thompson against Green. Durant. He gets 2 from the low post.
What doesn't Kevin Durant do? He's showing us everything here.
And a timeout called here by Doc Rivers. Coach clearly has something he wants to say to his team right now. Making some changes. Smith comes in for Green, and it's Shepard in for Eason. Milwaukee also changed it up. Jang, he's checked in for Portis. Trent comes in for Harris, and it's Rollins in for Green. Here's Rollins. Kuzma down low, covered by Smith. Rebounded by Smith. The Rockets lead by 15. Outside Durant. Oh, the feathery touch. Dropped it right over the rim.
No easy way to hold KD down. He's slick, he's slippery, he's smooth with the ball. That's why he draws fouls.
At the line for your Rockets, Kevin Durant. At the line, shooting 1.
Free throws good from Durant.
I don't think you could design a better scorer than Durant. I mean, range from deep, the touch at the rim, excellent handles, 7 feet tall. He does everything you want from your first option.
Kuzma fires. Oh, and again, unable to change momentum here. Outside Durant. Outside Thompson. From deep. Cleared away by Kuzma.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
A Minute 31 left in the fourth quarter. Outside Trent. Just 4 to shoot. It's cleared away by Thompson. Houston leading by 18.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Rockets.
All their efforts on the boards ended up paying off.
And just two tough rebounding teams, but they gave the extra effort and were rewarded for it.
And they're going to win this one, making this their 47th victory so far.
And this win gives them a sweep of the season series. They only met twice, but they'll have bragging rights for at least another year against the Bucks.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Kevin Durant.
Boy, I love his approach. Businesslike, methodical, highly productive. When they needed points, he was the one that got them.
Trent outside. Kuzma outside. Puts up a three. Durant pulls it in. And so it's Houston with it. 19-point lead, which is the largest margin of the game. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. And again, it's Houston.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
Yeah, what a time to put the hammer down. Any hope of a comeback diminished.
And so it's the Rockets taking care of business in this one. We saw two different teams tonight. One played with confidence, operating flawlessly. The other just looked lost.
And the energy in this building was awesome. The crowd was involved from the jump, and once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see how it all came together.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Grant Hill, Clark Kellogg, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson, thanking you for watching. And now let's take a look at our player of the game, Kevin Durant.
Welcome to 2K Sports presentation of the NBA. But the bad news is there is no basketball. There is no NBA. The game has been canceled. Ha-ha! Happy April Fool's Day, baby. This is the NBA, and we've got a great one in store. This is Kevin Harlan. I'll be joined by Greg Anthony, Tim Leglow, and we'll be hearing from our reporter, Allie LaForce, in the sidelines as well. Now we get a chance to check out the seating out west. 4 games left on the schedule here. Take a look at the Kings. It's been a rough season for them. The good news is the lottery is only a couple months away.
Yeah, you know, for the Kings, they know the time to flip the switch is now. This final month for them is all about playing their best basketball. Let's see if they're able to pull it off.
Let's take a look at our starters for Sacramento. Achua is out there at the DeRozan. Then there's Russell Westbrook. It's Clifford at the 2. And for the Raptors, the guard spots filled by Quickly and Barrett. The post pairing, Barnes playing alongside Pirtle. And it's Ingram in at the 3 spot. Tip-off goes to Sacramento. We know these two teams rack up the assists. Greg, they pride themselves on playing unselfish basketball.
Yeah, both sides preach player and ball movement, getting everyone involved. It makes both teams that much more difficult to defend.
Looking for a little extra style points right there with the fadeaway.
Quickly the pass to Pirtle. And here is Ingram. DeRozan defending. And it's Ingram missing. So for Sacramento, their last game, a loss to the Nets. Puts it up from 15. It's rebounded by Barrett. Right now, let's take a moment here to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sideline.
I briefly spoke with Darko Rajakovic. I asked how do you counter a player with DeMar DeRozan's versatile scoring. We're putting a close sign on the mid-range tonight, Coach joked, adding, we're going to be very tight in that area defensively and not give him what he wants. Sounds like like DeMar is in for an uphill battle tonight. Back to you guys.
And Allie, thanks so much.
Check out the elevation from Westbrook. He's got some of the best hops in the league.
Birtle sets the pick for Barrett. And the dunk by Birtle.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
So first quarter just over a minute and a half in. You know, Tim, we see a lot of talented wings in this NBA. Where does R.J. Barrett separate himself?
Well, he's very difficult when he puts it on the deck, Kevin. He's got some moves, and he's got an array of finishes, both the layup package, or he can pound it on your head.
Now Barnes, after Westbrook's missed three. Here's Clifford, 17 points in his last outing. Pass to Achua. Here's DeRozan. That one's in, his first shot this game.
Tormenting his way through. DeRozan showing what he's made of.
Quickly looking it over. Outside Barrett, just 5 on the clock. Knocks down the 3 ball.
Well, that ball was in and out of the hands of R.J. Barrett so quickly. He did not give the defense any time to react.
Now, here's Achua. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 9.5 points a game. They get it again. Pass to Clifford. Here's the 3. Achua, no good. And so it's Ingram who brings up the ball for the Raptors. And here's Barnes for 3. They grab their own miss. And there's Barrett putting it right back in.
And that's all created by Barrett right there. That's an extra possession simply with effort.
Westbrook kicks to Achua. Here's Clifford, still without a basket. Now Westbrook. It's in. That's his 3rd field goal of the game. He's 3 for 5.
And the defense just has no answers for him right now. With each made basket, the more his confidence continues to grow.
Pass to Barrett. Fades. And no good that time.
The defense really didn't do enough to alter that shot. It's simply a miss.
And here is Achua. Bounce pass from Westbrook. DeRozan for 3. Good. Nice assist from Westbrook. DeRozan's got 5.
And the accelerated release from DeRozan gave him the upper hand there.
Hey, Greg, they dropped the interim tag for Doug Christie as he's now the permanent head coach of the Kings.
Well, we'll have to see how permanent that is. The 5th head coach in the last 7 years. That seat is always hot in Sacramento.
You know what to do. You, camera all on you. Oh, sit down.
Past months for Precious Achua.
And the rebounding contributions have been on the uptick over the last few months. He's definitely appeared to have made a concerted effort to really impact the game more and more with his work on the backboard.
Barnes left side. That does not fall. Still looking for his first basket after 3 shots. Outside DeRozan. No good on the triple. Toronto trailing. Here's Shed. Looking at his numbers, he's averaging about 6.5 points a game. Dick wide open. And again, no good by Toronto. For Toronto, they come in off the loss to the Pistons. And now let's swing it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Thanks a lot. The Kings last season traded for Zach LaVine, and he said, quote, I've been a fan for a long time, knowing how incredible these fans are each and every game. A Tuesday night, it's still going to be packed in here. People pull for their team, and I don't take it for granted. Guys?
Tremendous support. Hey, Allie, thank you very much for the report. Now here's Barnes, following the miss by DeRozan. And it's Shed missing. 3 seconds separate the shot clock and game clock. Here's Monk. Plays it up and banks it in.
Anytime Monk gets room to shoot, especially inside, he's such a crafty guard who you want to see pulling the trigger from inside.
Dick with it. Shoots over DeRozan. Will it go? Here's the buzzer beater.
Ringing the bell. That's the way to close the quarter.
And with the clock almost at zero, great awareness on his part.
It's all tied in Toronto. And don't go away. We'll be back momentarily. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And guys, what's your take on Toronto so far?
In that first period, they showed a willingness to make the extra pass.
It's reflected in their assist totals. This is a great start offensively.
On the court for the Kings as the second quarter gets underway. You've got Malik Monk, also Carter out there, and it's Plowden in at the small forward. Now here is Carter, his last outing with 20 points. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Plowden. And it's off from three-point range. Quickly against Monk. Here's Mamu Kelishvili. From out on the wing, he knocks it down. Mamu Kelishvili has got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Toronto. Carter dishes to Monk. Kings moving the ball around. Goes back up. And that's 2 points on the layup.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Pass to Dick. Goes up on the wing. The shot, no good. The Kings have gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter. And now we're being joined by our 2K insider, Shams Charania, who's calling in with a good story. Shams, what do you have?
Well, excitement building in Ontario ahead of this coming May when the WNBA makes its long-awaited launch north of the border. The Toronto Tempo will become Canada's first ever WNBA franchise. And with that league finding a rhythm, this debut feels right on time.
It is a beautiful thing. And Shams, we appreciate the report. And Doug Christie wants a timeout. He's going to take this chance to talk to his guys. check in for the Raptors. Ingram comes in for Dick. In front of you now is the list of teams that haven't missed many shots at all since the All-Star break. 5th, the Raptors.
No doubt their offense has really hit its stride. I mean, they're making the extra pass and not settling for that first shot that presents itself. And you see that in their shooting percentage.
Here's Clifford. Still yet to score. And here is Achua. Rebound by the Raptors. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons.
Yeah, tough game on the road. The guys you're defending obviously comfortable shooting in their own building. You've got to find a way to break their rhythm.
Let's call it what it was. They got overwhelmed. The matchups were just not in their favor.
Tim, you once led the NBA in three-point percentage, and in my mind's eye, I can see almost every shot. You were terrific shooting the long ball.
Well, Kevin, I don't want to show my age, but do you know, after 4 years of high school and 2 years of college, making 25-foot-2s, I finally had a three-point line going into my junior year, and I'm just glad I had a three-point line for my entire NBA career.
Yeah, it's a tough transition to make to stretch out and go those extra couple feet.
No doubt. I was not ready to make NBA level threes when I first came out of college. A year overseas really helped me gain strength, and finally I found my rhythm in the NBA.
And it's the Kings with the ball after the Raptors pick up 2. Barnes grabs the miss. Ingram outside. Lost contact on the shot, and now a three-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
They've settled into a nice groove offensively here in the second.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
In their last contest, guys, he was unconscious from the foul line.
Pirtle is checked in for Toronto. Walter comes in for Quickly. Russell Westbrook in for the Kings. And that one misses.
And, you know, people around the league think that Brandon Ingram actually has an even higher ceiling than we've seen. And with a few improvements to his game, he could get even better. I hope we get to see that.
And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
On the wing, Barnes. That 3 off the mark. The Kings trail by 3. In his relatively young career, Scotty Barnes, GA, has played a number of positions.
Well, he's so versatile. He can be successful at a lot of different spots on the floor. A glue guy you can plug in just about anywhere.
Here's Barrett following the basket by Russell Westbrook. Back to Barrett. Pirtle with a screen on Westbrook. And Barrett gets it to go.
R.J. Barrett, always making his presence felt.
And here's Westbrook. He'll bring it up for the King. It's a three-point game. That's another one for him. His 5th in just 7 shots.
Wow, he doesn't make plays like that very often. That's a nice move inside.
Barnes the screen. Pass to Ingram. Launches a 3. Rebound by the Kings. Their last encounter was in Sacramento.
Yeah, and looking back at their last game against this club, they were badly out-rebounded.
Now here's Westbrook. 10 points for him. And it's in. Basket number 6 for him thus far. He has only missed 2 shots from the floor.
I don't know what's happening defensively, but they're not putting up any resistance.
Ingram deciding where to go with it. And it's Brandon Ingram with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
Here's DeRozan. 5 points in the game. Shoots over Ingram. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. The Kings on top, They're up by 1. We'll be back shortly, live from Toronto.
Good to have you with us. With the season in its latter portion, let's look at the Eastern Conference playoff race.
Well, I think for the Raptors, they've been just solid at times, and at other times they've been awesome. Fun team to watch when everything's in sync. Are they a true championship contender? We'll see.
And circling back now to the Raptors' first half, they've got themselves a game.
Their focus on defense has been inconsistent. Tough to win with lapses at that end.
Yeah, they got to clamp down in the second half, man. Better communication and multiple efforts.
And that about wraps it up. And as the third quarter is about to begin, we go to Kevin Harlan for the call.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Well, you look at Russell Westbrook in this game, he has been everywhere.
Really impressed with the shot selection through the first half. Just taking what he can get from the defense.
And what more can you ask of him? That is helping out your team.
Toronto trailing. GA now in year 3 under Darko Rajakovic. The Raptors are staying the course.
His contract runs through next season, and he's all in on developing these young players and getting the best out of them.
Perimeter pairing, Barrett and Ingram. The post pairing, Barnes playing alongside Pirtle. And it's quickly in at the point guard position. That's the groove starting the second half for Darko Rajakovic.
And that's 10 straight points in the paint. The defense, nowhere to be found.
Here's Barrett. The kick out to Barnes. Good on the triple. Barnes has got it all tied up now for the Raptors.
And listen, that's a shot the defense will typically live with when it comes to Barnes.
About 1 minute played here in the second half. There's the lob to the hoop. Got a piece of it. And stolen by Barnes. Quickly the pass to Barrett. That shot missing.
And they haven't been able to turn it into a big lead, but their rebounding advantage is starting to add up.
Outside DeRozan. Shot clock at 3. The Kings need to get off a shot here. Westbrook, no good. The Raptors have gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. A 3 from Quickly. It's hauled in by the Kings.
That's a cold start out of the break. Only 1 of his first 4 has he gotten to go.
Into the third we go. 2 minutes in now. Pass to DeRozan. And they double up DeRozan. And that one drops for him. And the Kings lead by 2.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
Quickly finds Pirtle. Outside Barrett for the lead. DeRozan with the rebound. DeRozan's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And it's Westbrook. That time on the assist from DeRozan. And now a 4-point Kings lead. And so quickly we'll bring it up for the Toronto Raptors. And following this game, they'll challenge the Grizzlies on the road at the FedEx Forum in Memphis. That'll be the first half of a 2-game trip. For 3, Barrett.
It's been a rough quarter for him. I think patience can help. Take the shots that are there. Don't force it.
Into his mid-30s, the veteran DeMar DeRozan holding up well, Greg.
And such a consistent presence for his team. DeMar plays at his own speed, and he has mastered the art of the mid-range.
Westbrook, no good. Raptors trail by 4.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
And let's go to the sideline. Here's Allen.
Thank you. Scotty Barnes letting everyone know. He said, I'm a great defender. I feel like it doesn't really get talked about enough. I guard whoever, 1 through 5. That's what I pride myself on and what I'm ready to do every time I step on the floor. Back over to you.
A tone setter for sure at that end. Thanks so much for the report, Allen. And it's DeRozan missing.
Well, the defense did just enough to force that miss because he is a good finisher.
Barnes looking around. Now, here's Quickly. 8 points for him. And he's good on the 3-ball. Quickly's got 11 points.
Quickly, very confident from beyond the arc, and you can see why with these kind of results.
And Doug Christie wants a timeout. Coach needs a moment to talk things over. Tim, these days, things are changing for modern NBA big men.
Well, there is no doubt when I played, every team had 4 or 5 legitimate post players, and the ball went in to the low post regularly throughout the game. I think now the difference is you have to have versatility in your game. Teams are looking for bigs that can shoot it, handle it, and facilitate.
Valuable pieces for sure. Let's take this chance to look at the teams that have been the league's most efficient passers this past month. The Raptors third.
And what's how well they pass the basketball. I mean, this is a club that has become really unselfish.
.137 left in the third. Westbrook passes to Achua. Pass to Westbrook. Shot clock at 5. Here's Clifford. The kick out to Westbrook. For the 3. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Westbrook's got the lead up to 4 now for Sacramento. Now Ingram. And we know he can score. He's averaging around 21.5 points a game. And that one's good. Barnes.
Scotty Barnes right there showing you that strength. That's a nice job fighting through the contact.
Now here's Westbrook. 19 points in the game. Fades and shoots. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
Just so versatile. I mean, Westbrook can go to the hole, bring it back out for 3, or in that case, just rise and fire from mid-range.
Now here's Ingram. No good.
Wow, you got to commend the defensive effort right there. It really made a difference.
Clifford. And that one comes up a bit short.
Well, that's a shot he should make a majority of the time.
Here's Shed. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for him. Russell Westbrook has been leading the charge for Sacramento. It's been an excellent game for him offensively. He's got 21 points and counting. We'll get you back to the action after this break. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
Well, the vision, the placement of the pass, and then the timing. You just can't do it any better.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far with this fourth quarter. Sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. On the court right now for the Kings. Monk on the wing. He's paired with DeRozan. Then it's McDermott. Then there's Carter. Here's DeRozan. It's rebounded by Dick.
And they're winning this game despite his difficulties at the offensive end.
Pass to quickly. And the layup is good.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket in the paint.
Here is Carter. Now, here's DeRozan. Dick defending. Shot from 6. Bank shot. No good.
When you're not at your best, it is great to have teammates who will pick up the slack.
Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play. To take the lead, Sacramento grabs the miss.
You really need to take advantage of those looks because the defense won't give you many of them.
Carter with it. Pass to McDermott. From the low block. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And I like the aggressiveness of DeMar DeRozan's game. He's constantly testing the defense, looking for any weakness he can exploit to get a bucket.
And Doug Christie is called a timeout. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. He's checked in for Toronto. Ingram comes in for Grady Dick. We're now joined by our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce. Allie, it's all yours.
I was able to listen in on what Doug Christie was going over with this team. He told the team he has complete faith in them, saying, we're right there. Now we just got to make that push and really take hold of the game. We can do that. To me, it looked like his players are on the same page with him. Guys, back to you.
Great work as always, Allie. Thank you. DeMar DeRozan hits them both.
And that's about what we expect. He's been excellent from the line tonight.
To the paint, here's Barnes, and it's Barnes smacking it down.
Yeah, Barnes really gets off the ground. He is just an effortless athlete.
Monk right side. Shoots over Walter. The shot by Monk is no good. The Raptors have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. Pass to Ingram to tie it up. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. DeRozan's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And Carter has it in the corner. Takes a 3. It's hauled in by the Raptors.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
Barnes kicks to Ingram. Pass to Walter. Barnes outside. For 3, Ingram. No good on that one. And so Monk will bring it up for the Kings. The lead is 2. Carter outside. It's Monk. Outside DeRozan. Now Monk puts up the 3. That one misses. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Now, quickly, Barnes screen on Carter. Now Barnes. No good. Could not tie it up. Carter outside. Outside DeRozan. Fires from 14. And it misses. Toronto's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Now Barnes. Ingram to tie it up. It's off. Quickly against Carter. And here's DeRozan. Lays it in off the window.
Oh, that's a terrific dime from DeRozan. And this is why guys enjoy playing with him.
And the timeout called by Darko Rojakovic. And clearly an important juncture. He's going to have some choice words with his team. Rocket Turtles check in for the Raptors. There it comes in for Walter. Here's Pirtle. Got it to go off the glass.
Well, that was a big spot, and Pirtle was not afraid of the moment.
DeRozan against Ingram. And they double up DeRozan. Westbrook knocks down the three.
And we've seen this before, folks. Big possession. Westbrook rising to the occasion. How about that competitiveness?
Now here's Ingram. DeRozan pulls it down. Sacramento leading by 5. Outside Westbrook. Oh, the layup finish off an excellent lead pass.
Capable of racking up assists. Westbrook has a feel for when his guys are open.
Now Pirtle. Barrett misses the three.
Well, he wants to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but the struggles continue.
And he doesn't have to do it alone. He's got 4 teammates on the floor. Well, when you grab the offensive rebound, you're already right there at the rim. It makes the putback that much easier.
Ingram. What a finesse finish on the lay-in. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. 2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Outside Westbrook. DeRozan from 13. It's in. His shot is pure.
And if you give him a sliver of daylight, DeMar DeRozan will eat your lunch from the mid-range.
Buries the deep ball. Pirtle with the steal. Now quickly. The long shot, no good. So it's Sacramento picking up the win. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for them, Greg. They really had to work for this win.
That's a good point. I mean, weaker teams might have buckled at the end with the crowd amped up, everyone in the building kind of rooting against you, but they stood tall and pulled it out.
Well said. And let's hear from Allie LaForce, who joins us from the sidelines. Allie?
Thanks so much. DeMar, a big-time road win for you guys. How were you able to get it done?
We came out aggressive on both ends. We knew it was going to be tough. It's a great team. We understood if we came in here and played with the intensity that we know how to play with, we can walk out of here with a victory.
You matched that intensity. Congrats on the win.
Great job. Thanks for that, Allie. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. Alongside Tim Legler, Greg Anthony, and our reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching, folks. Russell Westbrook.
Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, an April Fool's Day edition. Glad to have you with us. Brian Anderson with you. Hall of Famers Doris Burke and Grant Hill joining us tonight, along with the fourth member of our team, Allie LaForce. Let's take a look at the seeding for the Eastern Conference, with only 4 games of the regular season remaining. You take a look at the Knicks. Now in second, they look to be in terrific shape moving forward.
Well, for the Knicks, their focus is shifting now to the playoffs. Now, they could wrap up a good seed, and of course, it's a matter of playing their best basketball to close out this regular season.
Now, New York starting 5. Josh Hart is out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the point guard position. And for the Grizzlies, they've got Ty Jerome. And it's Prosper in at the 5 down low. There's nothing like the intensity of coming down to the wire when both teams are fighting for playoff position, Grant.
Well, you know, B.A., for these teams, what you did before doesn't matter. You have to give everything in this game. It's essentially a bunch of one-game seasons from here to the finish line.
Pass to Coward. Back to Jerome. Some solid defense from Brunson. And here's New York now. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk with Memphis' head coach for a minute. The coach had nothing but praise for Jalen Brunson, and he said he spent a lot of time watching Jalen. His words were, it's not easy for a player his size to dominate like he does. It speaks to his drive and his ability to outthink his opponents. Coach holds Brunson in high regard. B.A., back to you.
Thank you for that, Allie. Here's Coward. They look to him to score consistently, averaging around 13.5 a game.
Some sick ball skills displayed right there. And he's not the guy you expect to pull that off.
Now here's Anunoby. Towns outside. Pass to Brunson. New York working the ball around now. Now here's Towns. 5 to shoot. Outside Hart. Fires the 3. Knocks down the long J.
Now, Josh Hart starting to show people, I can knock down a three-point shot. You better guard me.
Here's Prosper. Here's Clayton. No good on the 3. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the New York Knicks. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule. They lost to the Rockets.
It's always hard to get a win on the road, especially when you show zero energy on the defensive end.
One thing you know, Greg, is you've got to pack your defense in the shootcase if you're going to win on the road, and they simply did not bring it.
Well, we know he can shoot it, Doris, but Karl Anthony Towns is most effective when he's also working in the paint.
B.A., he has such an effective arsenal offensively that he's most effective when he's getting to each of those aspects. So, you have back-to-the-basket skills, no doubt. If there's a mismatch, go at the mismatch. But he is also so effective as a driver. Straight line, with intent, and efficient off the bounce. He can also hit a mid-range. There is nothing he can't do on the offensive end.
Thanks to AT&T for that fantastic look from their connected cam. Here's Clayton. 11 points for him last game against Phoenix.
And let's talk about his passing, guys. Let's remember he also did an excellent job of finding guys in their right spots.
Here's Hendricks. Pass to Coward. Here's Hendricks. He's covered by Hart. Now Jerome. Hovering around 19.5 points a game. His scoring has been huge for them. With the step back. Outside Brunson. Now Anunoby fires from deep. Drills it from deep. Anunoby's got 5 now.
Don't give OG Anunoby too much space, boy. He will rise and fire in the catch-and-shoot game.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Here's Clayton. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Pass to Coward. Here's Hendricks. And here's Jerome. Fires the 3. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. Jerome against Brunson. Now here's Anunoby. Banked it in off the glass. He has 7.
They're really working the paint now.
1:53 left in the first quarter. Pass to Hendricks. Back to Jerome. Here's Hendricks. Here's Prosper, covered by Towns. Here's Coward. And another miss by Memphis.
KYP. Know your personnel. Challenge the great shooter. Excellent job.
And here's Brunson from the arc. That one won't fall. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Grizzlies trail by 10. Here's Jerome. And the layup is good off the glass.
Boy, when this guy has got his rhythm, he can be tough to guard.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. And since the turn of the century, die-hard Knicks fans had dealt with some lean years, Grant, until recently.
No doubt, BA, and they're happy to see meaningful games. The arrival of Jalen Brunson just changed things, and they've gone all in to surround him with talent.
So New York ends up going with a whole new group. So a moment now to see the story for OG Anunoby.
When you look at his true shooting percentage, it's really been impressive over the last 10 games. He's playing to his strengths, taking smart shots, and we'll see if he can keep this momentum going.
And 1:01 left in the first quarter. Shamet passes to Alvarado. Jerome grabs the miss. And here's Jerome. He'll bring it up for the Grizzlies. 8-point game. Down low. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
And despite the size mismatch, getting a little aggressive down there in the paint.
Some guys just relish the challenge. Find a way, and he does.
Now here's Clarkson. He's coming off a 10-point game against Houston. Shot clock at 6. Here's Diawara. The Knicks keep it alive. Pass to Clarkson. Outside Robinson. Now Alvarado. And he drives in. Tries again. And it's Clarkson missing. And so it's the New York Knicks leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. What has them in front right now? By and large, they're taking great shots. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for New York.
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
And they've also shown dominance in the paint so far tonight, really putting the work in down low.
We've got Jackson. He's out there with Taj Gibson. And it's Spencer in at the 2. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. And yep, it's good.
Ooh, how sick was that, guys? I mean, he makes defenders look silly with moves like that.
Well, the painted area is really where Mitchell Robinson thrives, Doris.
BA, he might be the best offensive rebounder in the game, and his ability to do that helps teams win on the margins. He's also a menace on the defensive end, a massive presence at the rim.
Here's Gibson. Following the bucket by the Knicks. Here's Jackson, and the dunk by Jackson.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Wow, an emphatic two-handed slam. Clarkson passes to Shamet. Towns outside. Three-pointer. Grizzlies with the rebound. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing that last matchup with Phoenix.
It really just wasn't a fun game for them. Their offense looked stagnant, and they couldn't get anything going.
I thought they were outworked and outplayed in just about every phase of the game. Maybe that's one of those situations where you say, hey, let's move on. Boy, a turnover like that will have a coach just staring at his shoes, biting his tongue.
For the Knicks, OG Anunoby's checked in for Shamet. Bridges comes in for Clarkson. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Alvarado. The kick out to Brunson. 4-3. Yes, sir! Brunson for three.
This defense just can't stay connected to shooters.
Jerome feeling it out a bit. Pass to Hendricks. Over Robinson. Misses off the left iron.
Oh, he'd like to have that one back. That's in his wheelhouse for sure.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thanks. The Knicks are able to play 5 out. And Josh Hart told me they surrounded Jalen Brunson with guys who can shoot, guys that command attention. He's able to expose that, scoring the ball and being unselfish. The court is wide open. Guys, back to you.
Tons of spacing. Allie, thanks for the report. Such a wide open look. Hendricks has gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Towns outside. Back to Brunson from outside the arc. Memphis with a rebound. And here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. Here's Rupert. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got his 5th rebound in this one. Bridges left side. The kick out to Brunson. Jerome grabs the miss.
Boy, he hasn't helped them much tonight, but they've gotten a lot of productivity from other players.
Jackson. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to be on Karl Anthony Towns.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
All right, guys, we're lucky to have Shams Charania joining us now. Our 2K insider calling in with a story. What do you got, Shams?
Well, fans becoming very familiar with the term second apron over the last few seasons. Front offices admit the devil is in the details. While it's not exactly a hard willingness to endure the penalties that come with persisting above that second apron threshold.
That's for certain. Shams, thank you for the report. Making a change here. Hart's checked in. And the 2K leaderboard showing us the assist leaders over the last month. Jalen Brunson, 4th.
His teammates trust that if they get open, he will find them. They're really in a groove right now.
That one's off. Good on the second one. And New York has possession. Last time they met was in New York.
because they took initiative and went right at the defense, a lot of the calls went in their favor.
Two things are a product of that. One, you shoot a ton of freebies. Two, the other team goes deep into its rotation. Neither one of those two things is going to work.
Now here's Jerome. Jackson with a screen on Brunson. The offensive rebound. Jerome outside. Ooh, the Grizzlies with another miss. Knicks leading by 8. To the inside. Here's Towns. Towns getting it done under the hoop.
Inside, Towns can be so physical, guys, and that makes him tough to cover.
And there's 1:38 left in the first half of this one. Jackson surveying the D. Back to Jerome. Pass to Coward. And here's Jerome. Shoots over Bridges. And again, it's Memphis missing. And so Anunoby will bring it up for the Knicks. 10-point lead. Following this one, they get to host the Bulls. And that's a one-game homestand for the club. Towns outside. Back to Brunson. Let's go with a 3. Three-pointer, Bridges. It's rebounded by Memphis. There's 37 seconds left in the first half. Jackson outside. Pass to Hendricks. Here's Prosper. Checking his stats, he's scoring around 9.5 points per game. Jackson can't get it to go.
If they take their time, this will be the final possession of the quarter.
Well, it's amazing. If you finish quarters the right way, it can have such a great impact on the outcome of a game.
Now here's Brunson. Back to Anunoby. Offline with a 3. And so it's New York, ending the quarter up 10. They're communicating well and stringing together stops. And Allie LaForce has something for us on the sidelines. Hey, Allie.
Carl, you were able to build the lead, but what's the key to maintaining it or even increasing it going forward?
I mean, don't change what we're doing. So stay together, keep passing the ball, keep playing great defense, and just keep making them think and make decisions, especially the difficult ones.
Consistency is a beautiful thing. Thanks, Carl.
Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball.
Hey, everybody. I got a secret. We're approaching the playoffs, and we are starting the show with a breakdown of the Western Conference standings. And just for a moment here, I was wondering, if you guys were playing in the league today, which current player would you most like to team up with?
That's tough, Ernie, but I got to pick Wemby. Playing alongside of him, that's just going to be too good to pass up.
Well, I'll tell you what, May 19th, I'm teaming up with the Ant-Man. 1-2 punch, baby.
Very interesting. Now let's talk about that lopsided first half. Obviously, a lot of work to do for the Grizzlies.
Offensively, they sputter. They need to find these easy baskets. I'm telling you, get something going inside.
Yeah, it has been a perimeter-oriented game plan for sure. Thanks for tuning in. Now we head back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And we played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. Boy, without question, OG Anunoby displaying all his skills today.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
One of the things every player is after is efficiency at the offensive end. And boy, this young guy has done just that.
And the Grizzlies with possession here. Trailing by 10. Checking out the group from Mike Brown to start the second half. OG Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Brunson in at the point guard position. Knicks shooting a nice 50% for the game. Pass to Towns. Now here's Hart. 6 on the shot clock. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
At the line for the Knicks, Josh Hart. One shot.
Guys, when you talk about Josh Hart, he is putting himself in the conversation for one of the best rebounding guards we've ever seen.
Pass to Clayton. Back to Jerome. Here's Coward. Drops in the 3. Coward's got 7 points.
Boy, you give this guy a half-decent look from distance, and he's going to make you pay.
Here's Brunson outside. Up again.
They've been a little soft with their defense on the interior.
And if you're just joining us, we've played just over a minute here in the third. Pass to Clayton. Here's Coward. They set a pick. And another 3 from Memphis.
He is so efficient, so productive. But for them to have real success, he needs help.
Outside Hart. From behind the arc. Jerome grabs the miss.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot in most possessions.
Here's Coward. He's guarded by Bridges. Some nice ball movement by Memphis. The open shot, Jerome. And Anunoby pulls it down. Anunoby's got 4 rebounds now. Towns a screen on Jerome. That shot wide open. 9 points in the game.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Here's Coward. 10 points for him. Knocks down the triple.
Man, they're having a hard time defending the triple. That's 3 in a row.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan. Taking a look at the 2K leaderboards, here are the top wing defenders in the game. Opportunistic and never afraid to go after steals. 4th, OG Anunoby.
And if you're an opposing small forward, this might also double as a list of the most irritating players in the league. Because when you tackle them head-to-head, it's on.
Yeah, defense a huge point of emphasis for each of them. And it doesn't matter whether they're on the ball, as the steals suggest, or off the ball situations either. They are as active a group of defenders as you're going to see.
Yeah, one of the great things about Anunoby is he can take on so many roles. If he needs to facilitate, he can do that.
And here's Jerome. And there's the screen. From downtown, Towns with a rebound. Towns has got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done.
Geez, you can almost feel his desperation. He wants so badly to see the ball go through the net.
Now here's Anunoby. He's got 9. Jerome with the ball. To the middle. Here's Prosper. Oh, a two-handed power slam.
Strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant. Brunson against Jerome. Outside Hart. Pass to Bridges. And here's Anunoby. Launches it, and that one falls. His 5th basket in 7 tries.
This guy has been a key to their success tonight. He's been selective and efficient.
And Doris, the Knicks gave up 5 first-round picks and a swap for Mikal Bridges. Safe to say there's some pressure to perform.
There is no doubt about that, BA, because that is forever the prism through which I will view this trade. His team has showed such patience to that point. To give away 5 coveted first-round picks speaks volumes about the impact they believe he can have for them.
Both teams will make substitutions. All right, a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last few months for Mikal Bridges.
And he's been trending downward in terms of his average points per game, and a number of reasons can lead to this. But he needs to figure out how to get back on track.
.156 left to play in the third quarter. Here's Coward. Nails it. He's now 6 for 8 from the floor.
After an ice-cold start to this game, he is pouring it on here in the second half.
Pass to Anunoby. Clarkson outside. Count the basket. And the Knicks lead by 12.
Well, just gets into the thick of the defense and makes a terrific play. Go ahead, Jordan Clarkson.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Thank you, Brian. Jalen Brunson is the engine that makes this team go, and he has sacrificed so that the Knicks could surround him with talent. He said, winning trumps everything that I do individually. I'll do my part to help this team try to get a championship. It's all about the journey, and I am happy to be a part of it. Back to you.
Putting the team first. Thanks a lot, Allie.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
With the floater. Jackson outside. Pass to Coward. Fader on the way. And it's New York with a rebound. Anunoby's got his 5th rebound in this one. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And a big finish by Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet. Good night.
Jackson outside. They set the screen. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And so it's New York. A sizable lead of 14 at the break. Their defensive efforts have paid off, effectively shutting down the opposing offense. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
He's got the size to survey over the top of the defense and find the open man. That was beautiful.
And we reach the 4th quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. We've got Jackson, and it's Rupert in at the 3. That's the lineup out there for the Grizzlies. Now here's Alvarado. They grab their own miss, and he gets the bucket.
How about Karl Anthony Towns bullying his way to that second chance look? Nicely done.
Jerome passes to Burton. It's rebounded by New York. Alvarado outside. Outside Robinson. Towns for 3. The rebound by Jackson. Jackson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Driving in, and he banks in the layup.
Boy, how about the timing, the delivery? That is exactly how you set a teammate up.
Alvarado, the pass to Towns. And he drops in the layup off the glass. That's 10 points for Karl Anthony Towns.
Hey, they're just getting pushed around inside.
Grizzlies trail by 16. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
There's Jackson with the three, and it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
This one for three, and Alvarado gets it to go. Alvarado's gotten himself on the board with a three there.
The assist numbers certainly stand out. They've really emphasized ball movement here today.
And timeout is called by Tuomas Hisalo. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. Making a switch here. Prosper's checked in. New York also changing it up. OG Anunoby's checked in for Shamet. Mikal Bridges comes in for Clarkson. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Alvarado. Here's Rupert. Pass to Jerome. The three ball connects from downtown.
Boy, that's just inviting trouble. Defensively, you simply can't give them that much space.
Now Brunson. That one goes. Count it. And the Knicks lead by 18.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
Pass to Prosper. Now here's Jerome. It's hauled in by Robinson. Knicks leading by 18. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Brunson on the drive. Over Jerome. And it's Brunson missing.
Trying to close out. You got to know who's hot and who's not.
Pass to Prosper. Jerome outside, and there's a pick for three. Robinson rips down the board.
I'm not sure he expected to be that wide open and yet somehow comes away empty.
Here's Brunson. Six to shoot. And a nice finish on the layup.
And you see the aggressiveness and the absolute refusal to be intimidated inside. Jalen Brunson, a big-time finish.
And timeout is called by Tuomas Hisalo. He is not messing around, calling them into the huddle. Let's take a second to present our player of the game, Karl Anthony Towns.
And it's simple. I mean, when you shoot it like he has, this award is a lock. I mean, up over 60% from the field. That's crazy good. He's given them just about everything he's had today.
Well, they are playoff bound with him rounding into form and playing some of his best basketball. They just got to continue to play together. We'll see if he's able to keep playing at this level. We played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. Pass to Hendricks. There's the triple. And again, Memphis no good.
Just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Anunoby passes to Brunson. Bridges outside. The three. The Knicks rebound. And he gets that one. Towns has got 6 here in the quarter.
Karl Anthony Towns putting on a show on the offensive end of the floor. Legit 3-level score, and he's got it all working.
Some nice ball movement by Memphis. They set the pick. They still need this. And that one's good. Howard.
This guy is on fire. Now, defense has got to step up and try to disrupt his rhythm.
Bridges outside. Outside Hart. Pass to Towns. Bridges outside. Anunoby for 3. And it's Coward with a rebound. Grizzlies trail by 19.
And they were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the Knicks.
A pair of tremendous rebounding teams.
And these guys played a little harder tonight, and that was the edge they needed.
And when we look at their record, this game pushes them to 49 wins.
And even though this season series was only 2 games, a sweep is still a sweep.
And one of the league's superstars, producing as he always does. What a terrific game for Karl Anthony Towns.
The aspect of his game that stood out to me was his work on the glass. He was absolutely relentless.
Now here's Jerome. Pass to Coward. Here's Hendricks. Shot clock at 6. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Knicks.
Substitution on the court.
Smooth sailing for New York. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Shot from 12. That's short off the rim. And so it's Memphis with it. Pass to Burton. And so New York takes this one by a big margin. A statement road victory. So impressive.
Statement indeed, B.A. It was in enemy territory, but they controlled the game and took the crowd completely out of it. That's how you win on the road.
All right, let's send it down to Allie LaForce, who's with our player of the game.
All right, I'm with Karl Anthony Towns. Karl, congratulations on the victory. What was key in getting the win here tonight?
I mean, we played like we wanted it more. You know, we came out here and we just did a lot of great defensive stops. It wasn't offensive. It was more defensive. We did a great job. We got those 50-50 balls, put us in a nice position.
We can see and feel that desperation. Congrats on the win.
All right, Allie, good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that about wraps it up. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Doris Burke, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching tonight's game. And as we leave you, here's a look at our player of the game, Karl Anthony Towns.
And the players getting themselves into game mode with the tip-off just moments away. Welcome to 2K Sports presentation of the NBA. But the bad news is there is no basketball. There is no NBA. The game has been canceled. Ha-ha! Happy April Fool's Day, baby. This is the NBA, and we've got a great one in store. Hi, everyone. This is Kevin Harlan. Alongside tonight, Greg Anthony and Stan Van Gundy. With Allie LaForce reporting from the sideline. And a chance here to check out some stats for Jamal Murray.
And the biggest takeaway when you look at his numbers is how good his three-point shooting has been the past 5 games. He's finding the open spots on the perimeter, and when he's getting good looks, boy, he is not missing.
Now let's take a look at the Nuggets opening lineup. Inside for him, it's Gordon and Jokic. Out on the perimeter, it's going to be Brown and Johnson. And it's Murray in at the point. And for the Jazz, Bailey out there with Williams. Then it's Collier. Then there's Filipowski. And it's Sensabaugh in at the shooting guard. And when you look at these teams on paper, there's a clear talent discrepancy.
Yeah, but Kevin, games aren't won on paper. And if you're the underdogs, most people have already written you off. So you go out and play free with no pressure and use all of that public doubt as motivation.
Here's Williams. It's hauled in by Jokic. And so it's Johnson who brings the ball up for Denver. They come in fresh off a win against the Warriors.
Well, in that one, they just had everything working offensively. It's a lot of fun when you get into that kind of a groove.
Yeah, and for a coach, seeing your schemes clicking like that is very rewarding.
Here's Collier. He provides a good amount of offense for the team, averaging around 11.5 points a game. The Jazz working the ball around now. 6 on the shot clock. Williams, that's for 2. It's hauled in by Jokic. Denver's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Johnson outside. Pass to Jokic. Murray outside. And another miss by Denver. And Stan, Utah has been all about basketball. Up until last year, the Jazz the only major professional sporting franchise in the state.
Yeah, now they've got hockey, but from the venerated days of Stockton and Malone in the 80s, basketball has become effectively the state sport of Utah.
Brown, the pass to Johnson, fires the 3. It's hauled in by Sensabaugh.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Bailey misses. Last outing for Utah, it was a loss to Cleveland.
I'll tell you, they played hard, they drew fouls, but they could not convert at the line.
And missed free throws are killers, especially when you consider how many they missed. Hopefully, they stay late to practice after that.
And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen.
And guys, point of emphasis for the league is to really crack down on illegal screens.
Yeah, and yet, we still see it a lot. It's a tough thing to police.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Johnson kicks to Murray. Pass to Jokic. The shot from the low post is good.
Well, he's so potent offensively. It's easy to draw up plays for him.
Jazz have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Here's Bailey. Over in the corner, Williams. And once again, off the mark by Utah. Let's check in now with our Allie LaForce, who's got a story for us. Allie?
I briefly spoke with Will Hardy. When asking him about their key to success, he immediately pointed to Jamal Murray. Coach said he's the conductor of their operation. If you want to slow them down, you go for the head of the snake, and that's Jamal. Keying in on the orchestrator sounds like a good plan. We'll see if they execute it. Kevin?
Terrific, Allie. We appreciate the report. And the Jazz with possession here. Following the three-point attempt by Aaron Gordon. Johnson surveying the floor. To the inside. Here's Jokic. Scored the basket. His second of 2 attempts.
Well, run into Jokic too hard on the screen, and you'll be on the bench for a while.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. substitution here for Denver. Watson, he's checked in for Aaron Gordon. Brown comes in for Johnson. Hardaway's checked in for Christian Brown. And Tyus Jones subbed in for Murray. Jazz trail by 4. Here's Collier. Still scoreless. Pass to Bailey.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
Now Williams. Trying to get something going. The Jazz again can't hit it.
Look, I'm not sure what's going on with him. 0 for the night. Might be time to give someone else a chance.
On the basket by Jones.
And a nice job here early of establishing an inside presence.
Utah's gone 0-4 from three-point land to start out. Looking cold from outside. Pass to Sensabaugh. And Filipowski now top of the key. And out of bounds as the Nuggets gain possession. Just a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last several months for him.
And it's really been a nice trend for him over these last several months. He's been steadily improving in terms of his scoring output. That extra production making him more valuable the further we get along in this season.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Jonas Valanciunas, he's checked in for Jokic. And it's Zignaji in for Jones. Hardaway for 3. Connects again from distance.
And now for this franchise, he's hit the most threes in a single season.
His incredible range stretches out the defense on a nightly basis. It's an invaluable element to this offense. And it's Collier missing.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
Outside Hardaway. Back to Brown. Naji. And again, Denver with the triple.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Jazz trail by 12. 24 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here's Sensabaugh. Guarded by Hardaway. Here's Collier. The Jazz with another miss. Outside Hardaway. Offline with his 3. And so it's Denver enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. They've been playing some inspired defense, giving up very few easy points. We've got more in store for you right after this. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And a look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Denver.
Well, I have to applaud their ball movement. They're moving the ball around, finding the best looks they can, and keeping everyone involved.
And the other thing, I love how they're playing up tonight, getting into ball handlers and forcing some turnovers.
We've got John Concho, and it's Love in at the center position. That's the group right now for Utah. And now let's send it over to our courtside reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thanks. A big win here or there can really sustain a rebuilding team, and Utah coach Will Hardy said the results matter in order to keep belief in your process. Seeing the work pay off. The building of a team doesn't happen in one day. The players are staying with it, and they deserve all of the credit for that. Back to you guys.
Okay, Allie, we thank you for the report. Our premier offense for the Nuggets, but defensively, Stan, there has been some slippage.
Well, they've had to make some tough financial decisions, letting some of their defensive-minded veterans depart in free agency over the years. They got to wonder who will step up, but it often takes young players a little longer at the defensive end.
The Nuggets leading by 14. Brown finds Murray. Brown sets a screen for Murray. Back to Brown. They get it back. Hardaway from outside. Here's Valanciunas. Well, it was only a matter of time, but they finally get the bucket.
And Valanciunas takes up a lot of real estate, which helps him snag offensive rebounds.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. He's checked in for Denver. Teams value the three so much nowadays. Let's check out the best at it. The Nuggets, number one.
The threat of deep shooting makes everything easier offensively. They've been incredibly accurate from long range.
And so it's Utah here with the ball. They trail by 16. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Here's Williams. Another miss by Utah.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Back to Murray. For three. Drains it from beyond the arc. Murray's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball.
And the D has gotten a little bit laxed here defending the triple.
Nice ball movement by Utah. Pass to Bailey. Looking to end the run. Traps in the tray. Greg, not many games remain in the season, and the posturing beginning for these teams as they jostle for postseason positioning.
Yeah, this is the time to give full effort and to really communicate. When the pressure rises, teams can either gel together or fall apart.
Here is Williams, following the score by Jamal Murray. Down low.
And checking out the stats for Jokic. Unbelievable play for him over the last month. First in rebounding, first in assists, and ranked among the top 10 in scoring. He can fill it up with the best of them.
And just going back real quick to the fact that he's tops in the league in rebounds, what a tremendous feat. What a monster he is in the paint. That free throw, no good. And maybe more than any team in the West, GA, the Jazz, really committing to the rebuild.
Well, in the West, it seems like you got 13 or 14 teams all trying to win now, and it just doesn't work that way. So it's not just about talent, it's also about timing.
The Jazz making a switch here. Filipowski's checked in. And the second free throw, good. And, Coach, one thing that David Adelman stressed was getting this Nuggets team in much better shape.
Yeah, it seems like they wore down in the playoffs last season. So improved conditioning and more depth potentially could help them hold up better down the stretch.
The Jazz making a switch here. Sensabaugh is checked in.
Sensabaugh.
Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Johnson outside. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Tries from 10. And it's Jokic missing. Jazz trail by 17. Williams finds Filipowski. Here's Sensabaugh. Pass to Collier. Now Filipowski. Fires for 3. Johnson with the rebound.
Well, this was his shot to miss, honestly. Poor coverage, good setup. He just couldn't knock it down.
Murray outside. And he drops it in from the low post. Murray's got 7 points here in this quarter.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
And that pick takes the D totally out of the equation.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look from there.
So David Adelman's decided to call a timeout here. Looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two. The Nuggets making a switch here. Brown's checked in. Let's now go to the real stats, the real scores from the real NBA and see the league's top assist men. Jokic, number 1.
It's hard to argue with his status as the best passer in the NBA right now. He just distributes the ball so well.
We've got 1:18 left now here in the second. Pass to Brown. Back to Jokic. Johnson kicks to Brown. Clock at 6. Here's Jokic. Jokic draws the double. The shot misses.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be because he is so strong in the paint.
Williams can't get it to go.
Familiar results for him. He can't get anything to go.
And Jokic gets it to go. The assist by Brown. Brown's got 3 assists tonight.
Well, what really makes Jokic special inside isn't just his size, but his gracefulness.
Now here's Williams. 26 points for him last game against Cleveland. There's the screen. Lets the 3 fly. Nailed from three-point land. Williams has got a couple of three-pointers in the second for the Jazz. Brown deciding where to go with it. Pass to Jokic. There's Gordon with the 3. Good, and the assist goes to Jokic. And the Nuggets lead by 18.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
And so it's Denver holding a big 18-point lead to close the quarter. They've got their field goal percentage to thank for that. They've been hot from all over the floor tonight. Back right after this.
Welcome, everybody. Let's get right to it. It's been nothing short of a tremendous challenge for the Utah Jazz. And let's do something we never, ever, ever do, and that's go off topic.
What topic?
So we don't have a topic, Zach?
Isn't that a topic, being off topic?
Well, that was more no topic than off topic, but that's all the time we have for this topic, thankfully. Now, looking at where we stand after 2 quarters, it has been a difficult game for the Jazz.
They've looked weak.
And that'll do it for halftime. We send you back to Kevin Harlan, who has the second half call.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Without question, Jamal Murray displaying his skills today.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
So on the floor for Denver, in at the guard spots, Murray and Brown. Inside for him, it's Gordon and Jokic. And it's Johnson in at the 3. And the shot goes in.
Oh, that's some fancy ball handling right there. Since when does he take guys off the dribble?
Now here's Murray. Pass to Jokic. Gordon outside. Another 3 for Denver.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Filipowski passes to Bailey. With the floater, and the basket is good. Bailey's got 5.
Unselfish basketball. That's what coaches love to see.
Pass to Jokic. Kicks it out to Gordon. No good from outside.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Nice ball movement by Utah. To the paint. The shot by Filipowski, no good. Denver leading by 17. Outside Gordon. Pass to Jokic. Murray outside. Good, and the assist goes to Jokic. 10 points for him.
Well, shooters shoot, and Murray is unquestionably a shooter. He's taking that look every time.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. Greg, everyone talks about the importance of basketball IQ. Can you win in the NBA with a low IQ team?
Boy, it would be tough. I mean, there's a reason younger teams typically don't win at the highest level, but you need to take those lumps and get that experience and learn from those lessons.
On the wing, Williams. Over Gordon. Williams, that's good. Williams has got 8 points.
And making 3 of their first 4 shots in this half is a strong start. Now it's about growing that momentum.
To the middle. Here's Jokic, and Jokic slams it in.
Well, it's not what he's known for, but Jokic can throw it down when the chance presents itself.
Pass to Bailey. Now Williams launches it. Jokic grabs the miss. Jokic has got 5 rebounds tonight.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Here's Brown. A 3-pointer off the mark. Well, the Nuggets bet on the development of young Christian Brown, and then he has rewarded their faith. He has developed so nicely.
Kevin, he certainly has. Probably has even exceeded what their expectations were for him. But he's a guy that is such a hard worker. He's smart, he's tough, and he's all about winning.
Shot clock at 6. Here's Jokic. Utah with the rebound. Filipowski's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Here's Williams. That's in for his 5th field goal of the game. Makes him 5 for 12 so far.
That's just a great pass. Excellent vision to see the open spot in the defense and lead him to the score.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. Back to Murray. That's in, coming off the assist from Jokic. Jokic has got 4 assists in the game. There's 1:59 left here in the third quarter. Pass to Filipowski. Here's Collier. They set the screen. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. Collier's got 4 points in the quarter.
The defense not putting up any fight on the inside. They've allowed 10 straight points in the paint.
Murray, the pass to Jokic. 1:24 left in the third quarter. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. That one on Filipowski.
Jokic is such an intelligent player. He'll bait guys into a foul, whether it's with the pump fake or something else.
So David Adelman's decided to call a timeout here. Coach needs a moment to talk things over. Making some changes here. Only 3 games until the start of the playoffs. Let's see how the West will be won. Taking a look at Denver. Advantage in 1 series. And, of course, Utah. They're much further down in the standings right now.
And seeing where Utah is, they know the time to flip the switch is now. This final month for them is all about playing their best basketball. Let's see if they're able to pull it off.
He's off on the first. Stan, you know, you think about the release point on Jokic's outside shot. It is tough to get to.
Yeah, Kevin, it certainly is. And the problem is if you start to come out of your stance to try to get to that shot, Jokic will just pull the ball down and beat you on the drive.
Right, we see a lot of change in the NBA, but Nikola Jokic always seems to stay in the MVP conversation.
And not just in it, at the top of it. His ability to affect the game is basically unmatched. He dominates in just about every single aspect.
Now, let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside. Allie.
Hey, Nikola Jokic is a family man through and through. He said, quote, basketball is not the main thing in my life and probably never will be. And to be honest, I like it because I have something more at home. Something that's more important than basketball. Back to you, Kevin.
Some good perspective. Thanks so much, Allie, for the report. Conchar, the pass to Mikhailuk. No good from outside.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Here's Pickett. Still yet to score. Here's Jokic. Nice touch on the bank shot. And the Nuggets lead by 19.
The touch Jokic possesses. He can sink shots from anywhere, especially the mid-range.
And so it's Denver feeling good about their 17-point lead heading into the break. Their defense has been terrific in this game. We come back right after this. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. We've got Collier, John Conchar out there with Kevin Love, and it's Mikhailuk in at the two-guard position. That's the 5 on the floor for the Jazz.
Yeah, there's the muscle from Valanciunas.
Let's see the connected cam angle on that stunning play, brought to you by AT&T. Mikhailuk passes to Collier. Love outside. And a miss there on the triple. Denver leading by 19 points. Murray with it. Brown outside. A three-pointer, no good. So it's the Jazz now. Their next game is at the Rockets Arena in Houston for a game with the Rockets. That one will start off a 3-game road trip for the team. Love against Valanciunas. Love with the bucket.
And they've really gotten on track here in the second half. After that shaky start, the field goal percentage steadily climbing. They couldn't make anything in that first break.
Valanciunas dishes to Murray. Shoots over Collier. And it's Denver scoring again.
Well, that's just great awareness there from Murray to take advantage of what the defense was giving him and go to work in the mid-range.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. Clearly, he's got something his players need to hear, and immediately.
The loudest and craziest fans get a free t-shirt. Let's hear it, fans.
He's checked in for Kevin Love. Jokic has checked in for Denver. About a minute and a half through the fourth quarter now. Here's Collier. Drives to the hoop. Lays it up off the glass.
Able to get a layup out of that one. That's just soft defense there.
And here is Murray. Jokic finds Brown. Murray outside. 5 on the clock. Jokic draws the double. Hardaway for 3. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got his 4th assist in this one. Up top, Filipowski. We're in the fourth quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone. Mikhailuk passes to Filipowski. Good defense by Jokic.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in cracking this huge lead. Oh, and look at how well he led him in there. Really, he passed him open for that deuce.
Here's Collier. And we've seen teams make surprising playoff runs only to falter the next year. Team trajectories not always a straight line, clearly.
No, absolutely, Kevin. I would think in most cases it's not a straight line. Because, look, the other teams are all trying to win, too. That's what makes things different. So you might be slightly off the next year and someone else makes a big jump, and then it looks like your decline is a lot bigger than it is. Every year is a new year.
Murray outside. To the inside. Here's Jokic. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
First personal foul.
Well, we've seen very few superstars as unselfish as Jokic. He'll play whatever role is necessary for his team to win.
And so David Adelman calls the timeout. He has decided it's the right time to talk. Both teams will make substitutions. First one falls for him. And as we've seen, Greg, navigating this age of social media can be difficult for an NBA player.
Yeah, a momentary indiscretion can get broadcast to the whole world. So there's a need for caution that's probably higher than in decades past.
And the Nuggets making a change here. Peyton Watson, he's checked in for Gordon. Brown comes in for Johnson. Hardaway's checked in for Christian Brown. And Jones subbed in for Jamal Murray.
Well, the metronome-like consistency of Jokic, one reason he's a multiple-time league MVP.
Here's Sensabaugh. Good on the bucket.
Well-placed pass in the hands of a guy ready to attack.
Denver leading by 21. Jones looking for an opening. Hardaway with a wide-open look. And again, Denver no good. For Utah, they've gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. Williams can't hit.
They're not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no airspace there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Inside, Watson. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 6 assists here tonight.
Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just a total mismatch and a true show of strength for the Nuggets.
What do you think was the deciding factor in this one?
I think you have to look at their field goal percentage. They just shot the ball much better than the opponent, and they were getting great looks all game long.
And on the year, looking at their record, this game will make it 49 wins.
And their dominance continues, guys, as they sweep the season series 4 games to none.
And something we've come to almost expect is greatness from this team. Such an overall great performance it was for Jamal Murray.
Yeah, you know, he was a man on a mission in this one. The defense had absolutely no answers for him tonight.
Brown the pass to Hardaway. Basket counts.
Yeah, they've sucked the energy out of this arena. Tremendous effort on the road.
Yeah, and winning games on the road is huge, especially when you get them in such a convincing fashion.
And it's Jones with the ball for Denver. Pass to Jokic. Brown kicks to Jones. Jokic inside. Defended by Filipowski.
Taking no chances. They go on one last run to seal the deal.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Here's Collier. So it's the Nuggets winning this one easily. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home cooking to feel at home. I mean, Kevin, just a masterful performance all over.
Good stuff, Allie. Thanks. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Allie LaForce, and Stan Van Gundy, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks so much for joining us here tonight.
the small forward position, 6 feet 7 inches, number 15, Dewey Santos. The other forward, at 6 foot 6 inches, number 23, Draymond Green. In the middle, standing 7'2", number 7, Kristaps Porzingis. At the other guard position, standing 6'2", number 30, Stephen Curry. Your head coach is Steve Kerr. Let's hear it for your Golden State Warriors.
Now the starting group for San Antonio. Fox at the 1 with Castle at the 2. Then it's Victor Wembanyama. Then there's Devin Vassell. And it's Champagnie at the 4. And for the Warriors, Stephen Curry is out there with Anthony Melton. Then it's Green. Then it's Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Santos in at the 3. Grant, these are two teams with some of the highest assist rates in the league.
Yeah, B.A. And it really goes to show the unselfish attitude they both have. Not to mention how many skilled passers are on both rosters.
Curry passes to Porzingis. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry.
Inside, Porzingis can pretty much take what he wants. He's just too tall.
Fox outside. To the paint. Soft touch off the glass.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Here's Santos. He had 9 points in his last time out. Outside for Green. Shot clock at 5. Three-pointer. Rebound by San Antonio. They beat the Warriors during their last encounter in the Bay Area.
Well, in this last matchup, they captured the win in large part because their backups provided a lot of the scoring punch.
And you can tell how important having depth is for them. Sometimes it's the difference between a win and a loss.
Fox, that's good.
The defense comes at Fox hard, but he's ready for it. He knows how to stay agile and nimble inside.
When you watch De'Aaron Fox, is there anything that sticks out to you, Grant?
Well, B.A., this league has the best athletes in the world, and Fox looks like maybe the quickest guy out there on most nights. His change of direction is especially elite.
Here's Melton. Rebounded by Fox. And Fox has got the ball here for the San Antonio Spurs. Well, they put up a nice win against Chicago last time out.
And in that game, they owned the glass. Most of the second chance opportunities went to them.
And you could tell it was demoralizing for their opponent, missing out on all those extra possessions.
So it's the Warriors now. San Antonio getting their last shot to go. And that one's good. Green.
Green's floor stretching ability, one of the things that makes this offense so dynamic.
Castle outside. Over to the wing. Wembanyama, screen on Melton. Castle for 3. Offensive rebound. Here's Champagnie. Drains the triple.
The defense has to react when Wemby gets in the paint, and he knows that. Calmly kicks it out to his teammate for a good look.
Melton with the ball. Making a mark on the offensive end. Scoring around 13 a game. Curry passes to Green. Porzingis sets a screen. Golden State needs to get off a shot. The shot no good. Wembanyama with some nice D. Fox goes in. Missed inside. Warriors trail by 4. Porzingis with a screen on Fox. Curry's shot is off. And so it's Vassell who brings up the ball for the Spurs. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Steve Kerr gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. I wanted to know what his defensive scheme was against De'Aaron Fox, and he told me we need to limit transition opportunities because that's when he's really dangerous. Speed is one of his biggest strengths, so we need to slow the game down to our pace. Let's see if they're able to accomplish it. BA?
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Now here's Curry. No points yet. Pass to Santos. There's a minute 59 left to play in the first quarter. Curry, no good. Spurs lead by 4. And the Spurs willing to be patient with this rebuild. But when De'Aaron Fox became available, Grant, they did not blink.
Yeah, he's just too dynamic to pass up. And still young enough to grow with their core. Now it's about making the pieces click.
Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them.
That was a good possession. They got a clean look. The shot just didn't fall.
It's Vassell with the drive. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
An outstanding first quarter from the field.
And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. Here for the Warriors. Payton comes in for Santos, and Pajemski subbed in for Melton. Warriors trail by 8. Outside Payton, pass to Porzingis. Now Green. Outside Curry to win the drought. Hits the trifecta.
Such a quick release. As soon as the ball touches his hands, it's gone.
For San Antonio, they've got 6 of 10 attempts to fall. Bryant outside. Now here's Johnson. Takes the 3. Rebounded by Green.
Shocking that he just bricked that one. The defense got real lucky there.
Outside Payton. The 3. Curry. That's good. Curry's got 6.
He has the fastest shot in the game of basketball. Curry's release is so quick that the D can't afford to lay off him at all.
Fox getting in for San Antonio. Golden State has gone 3 of 7 from beyond the arc in the first. 16 seconds left in the first quarter here. Here's Spencer. Looking at the numbers, he's putting up 7 points a game. Clock is at 3. Hits a three-pointer. Well, a good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. The Warriors on top, leading by 1. And the second quarter about to get started. We'll be back in a moment. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Warriors.
They've really been dialed in from deep. This is a team that has a ton of confidence in their outside shooting ability.
Another thing they're doing well early on is moving the ball, playing selfless basketball, and getting everybody involved on the offensive end.
Gary Payton II is out there with Quentin Post. Then there's Brandon Pajemski, and it's Spencer in at the shooting guard position. So that's the group out there for Golden State. Now here's Payton. No points so far. Here's Pajemski. Harper pulls it in.
No defender in sight. He tries to take initiative, but ultimately comes away empty-handed.
One thing people notice about Dylan Harper, he loves to get going downhill.
Yeah, he delights in bullying his way through a defense, using a blend of speed and size to get to where he wants to go.
Golden State has gone 4 of 8 from 3, a nice percentage. Now Pajemski. They look to him to score consistently, averaging around 13.5 a game. Spencer, no good. San Antonio leading. Here's Barnes. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Barnes has got his first 2 points of the night.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments.
All right, listen to the middle of the court. Come on, it gets loud for your Breakers next move.
Only 4 games left of the regular season. Let's see how the West is shaping up. You look at the Spurs. With the playoffs fast approaching, they are well positioned at second place in the conference. And checking out the Warriors, they're currently in the 10th spot.
Well, right now for the Spurs, they're so focused on holding their ground now in the last month of the season. And, of course, missing the play-in tourney means extra time to rest. They know how crucial that is for the playoffs. You gotta love how they've been crashing the boards, fighting hard for every miss.
You know, Richard, the Warriors have the 3rd most championships after the Lakers and Celtics.
Yeah, 2 of those came as the Philadelphia Warriors, though, including the first NBA championship back in 47. And then they had the one with Rick Barry in 75. But most people know about their rings from the last decade or so in this dynasty.
And here's Fox. 6 points for him. Olynyk finds Johnson. Back to Olynyk. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup. And the Spurs lead by 2.
That's 10 straight points they've given up in the painted area.
Back to Curry. The 3 is up. And the Warriors with another 3.
His shooting motion is just so impeccable. Curry's long ball is one of the prettiest shots in the game.
And here's the timeout from Mitch Johnson now. He's going to talk it over with his guys. We're seeing more and more teams playing 5 out now, RJ, with big men who can shoot from 3. Is that where the game's headed?
Those players are still hard to find, but I think more 7-footers will look to develop their long-distance shooting. It's becoming the new norm.
And the Warriors make some changes. Green's checked in for Post, and Pajemski subbed in for Payton. San Antonio also making some changes. Victor Wembanyama's checked in for Olynyk. Vassell comes in for Johnson, and Stephon Castle subbed in for Harper. San Antonio with the ball. Barnes passes to Fox. To the middle. Here's Wembanyama. The big man. Wemby for 2.
Their defense just falls apart once the ball goes inside.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. Spurs talent evaluators first laid eyes on Victor Wembanyama when he was 15 years old, playing on a youth team in France. At that point, the franchise was enjoying its 22nd straight winning season, but the opportunity to just maybe draft a prospect like Wemby gave them the impetus to rebuild. Back to you.
Okay, Allie, thanks for the report.
His consistency just hasn't been there this quarter in terms of his shooting.
Pass to Green. Here's Melton. Can't get it to drop. Nice D from Vassell. For San Antonio, they've gone 4 for 7 in the second quarter. Out to Fox.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
And here's Wembanyama. And the 3 off target. And Grant, offensively, Wemby has a lot of different options. Talk about his game.
Well, put simply, we've never seen a 7-footer with this array of skills. He's an efficient shooter from anywhere, and the length to just about ignore defenders. I mean, he's got it all.
Now here's Vassell, doing some damage on the offensive end, putting up a little over 14 points a game. And as he goes out of bounds, San Antonio will keep possession. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Podziemski. Champagnie, he's checked in for San Antonio. Minute 32 left to play in the second quarter. Wembanyama screen. Oh, go up and go get it, Wemby.
I mean, it seems like you could throw it up to Wembanyama on every offensive possession, and he'll slam it home.
Offensively, it's been a struggle for him.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance. He can really read the floor. Precision pass in rhythm.
Porzingis against Wembanyama. Wemby putting on a show.
And Wembanyama can dunk it basically just standing up. You gotta keep him out of the paint.
On the wing, Green. Back to Curry. Lets it go from deep. Hey, now 5 for 8. Shooting a pretty good percentage right now.
They've had a hard time shutting down the three-point shot.
Pass to Champagnie. Fox with a screen on Green. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Golden State has gone 7 of 14 from the perimeter in this one. Outside Curry. There's a screen. Here's Santos. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Curry. Curry's got 3 assists now in this one.
An absolute superb facilitator because Curry is such a lights-out shooter, it opens up passing lanes for him.
Fox, that's good. Already 7 lead changes. These teams are really going after each other.
It's been a brutal game to play, but a fun one to watch.
And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. San Antonio on top, leading by a point. And we've got more action coming your way after this break.
Make some noise and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Please direct your attention to center court. Drumline. They're thinking about the shot. Oh, someone left the window open. One more time, a round of applause.
Halftime is here, and with the San Antonio Spurs in a neck-and-neck game, lots to talk about.
I know my partner here appreciates the brute force, especially on the glass, right, Shaq? And they're in a good spot because of it.
They've shown great toughness, and they've been very quick to the ball. Okay, time to shift focus. Looking at some games coming up later on tonight. It'll be the 76ers against the Wizards in Washington. 7 p.m. Eastern is the tip-off.
This is going to be either a lopsided game or a terrific upset.
And that'll do it for us. Thanks for stopping by. We'll head back down to Brian Anderson and crew for the start of the third quarter.
you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
On the court for San Antonio, Castle at the 2 with Vassell at the 3. Then it's Victor Wembanyama. Then there's De'Aaron Fox. And it's Champagnie at the 4. Fires from the wing. They get the rebound. He can't get it to go. And Curry's got the ball here for the Golden State Warriors. They trail by 1. Here's Santos. He's guarded by Vassell. Here's Curry. Melton outside. 5 on the clock. There's the 3. Rebounded by Champagnie. Well, the Spurs shooting efficiently, 50% so far. Vassell passes to Champagnie. Wembanyama screen. Castle finds Wembanyama. Oh, Wembanyama hitting from deep.
The offensive successes due in part to his quality shooting. He hasn't wasted too many looks.
Outside, Green. Pass to Porzingis. Pulls it. Rebounded by Champagnie. Champagnie's got 4 rebounds now. Now here's Vassell. And here's Castle. And here's Wembanyama. Defended by Porzingis. Wembanyama against Porzingis. Good work there as it goes. And now a 6-point San Antonio lead.
Man, Wembanyama getting it done.
Woo! Outside, Green. Back to Curry. Takes a 3. Rebound by San Antonio.
They've been unable to hit anything this half. 3 attempts and 3 misses.
No doubt, Stephen Curry is the best shooter of all time. Talk about what makes him special, Grant.
Well, B.A., he can hit shots under the most difficult circumstances, off balance, with only a sliver of daylight. And this is why teams often choose to double him the moment he crosses half court.
And the Warriors miss again.
Good job hitting the glass. They're +8 in rebounding.
Pass to Fox. Lets the 3 fly. It falls. 5 for 11 in the game.
A smooth-looking three-point shot. I think Fox is feeling it.
They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
Wembanyama against Porzingis. Melton passes to Curry. Porzingis for 3. And again, it's the Warriors missing.
Things have been a little bumpy coming into the second half. 5 straight misses.
Fox up top. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Count it. That's his 6th field goal in 12 tries. And Steve Kerr wants a timeout. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players.
Attention fans, now on the court is your hype squad. Get loud, let them hear it. Fans, the loudest section gets free t-shirts. Let's see who's the loudest.
For the Warriors. And San Antonio with a change here too. Barnes is checked in. Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have passed. Outside Pajemski. Clock at 6. Outside, Green. Shoots over Barnes. And that one's good. Green's got 5.
And hey, Draymond will make you pay from there when he's given the chance. Great shot.
Castle outside.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
Wembanyama, screen on Melton. Castle misses. Warriors trail by 9. Outside, Green. Porzingis, high post. Outside for Green. Porzingis with a screen on Barnes. Green able to hit from 3.
Over the years, we've seen that Draymond can shoot, but for him, it's just about finding consistency and confidence in his jumper.
Fox up top, defended by Pajemski. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It goes on Brandon Pajemski.
No debate there. He got handballs.
All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Spurs?
Ooh, they've been punishing the inside defense consistently in this one. Look, it's been a very productive area of the floor for them.
You also can't ignore the good job they've done rebounding on the offensive end tonight. That hustle has been well rewarded with second chance points.
Checked in for Victor Wembanyama. Keldon Johnson comes in for Vassell. And it's Harper in for Castle.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
Free throw's good for Fox. RJ, San Antonio's seen a surge in popularity. Spurs jerseys seem to be everywhere these days.
Yeah, they call that the Wemby effect. When a team has a generational talent like Victor, a lot of new fans come on board.
And both free throws good for Fox. Well, when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, what makes him such a lethal player, Richard?
Well, for starters, it's his combination of speed and shooting. Still one of the fastest players in this league. And the exciting thing about him, Fox is just now entering into the prime of his career.
Now here's Pajemski. He's covered by Fox. Pajemski's shot is good. Pajemski's got his first points of the night. San Antonio leading by 6. Now here's Fox. 16 points for him. Floats one. Fox gets it to go inside.
They've toned down their three-point attack in the second half, looking to protect the lead with higher percentage shots.
There's 25 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Outside Porzingis. And it's Cornette with a rebound. From deep, Harper. Doesn't go for him. And so it's De'Aaron Fox making highlights for the San Antonio Spurs. Hunting for opportunities, leading to 9 points in the quarter. And more NBA action on 2K Sports. Coming your way right after this. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
That's an unguardable pass, flat out. Give him credit for possessing that type of business.
With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. We've got Brandon Pajemski putting post out there with Gary Payton II. Then there's Stephen Curry. That's the Warriors 5. Curry creates inside.
On a night like tonight, Steph Curry is must-watch basketball. He can score from anywhere.
Fox with the ball. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by Fox.
That pass wandered off target. Can't lose focus on the little bitty things.
And so it's Curry with it. He brings it up for the Warriors. 6-point game. Looking ahead, they've got the Cavaliers coming to town for their next one. It'll be game number 2 in their 5-game homestand. They get it back. Launches a 3. That won't go. Making him 6 for 12 from the floor now.
He had it flowing from long range in the first half. Not sure what changed.
Here's Fox. And he didn't get quite enough under that one.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
Now here's Pajemski. He's covered by Fox. Oh, Curry. Just nasty from downtown.
Prolific from deep in the first half. He's trying to continue that.
And so it's Mitch Johnson here calling timeout. Looking to get everyone dialed in and engaged.
Let's see what you got. You gotta dance like everyone's watching. Everybody dance.
Making a change here. Wembanyama's checked in. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Over the last break, I listened in on Mitch Johnson's huddle. He was clapping in the huddle, saying to his guys, loving the effort right now, keep the intensity on them. Leave no doubt in their mind that this game is ours. Guys, back to you.
And Allie, thank you for that. Inside. Dan Harper with a basket on the assist from Fox. Fox has got 4 assists in the game.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
Pass to Yurtseven. Payton against Johnson. Outside Curry. 6 on the shot clock. Green for 3. Rebound by San Antonio. They've led by as many as 11.
They've been dominating the boards tonight, yet it's still a close game.
Down low. Kicks it out to Barnes. Nails it from beyond the arc. And now an 8-point San Antonio lead.
Barnes is a very good shooter when you hit him in his spot.
Pass to Curry. Outside Pajemski. Outside Payton for 3. No luck on that one. San Antonio leading by 8. Here's Fox. And it's Stephen Curry with the rebound. Golden State has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. 3rd minute of action now gone here in the fourth. Payton with a screen on Fox. Outside Pajemski. With the shot. Outside Curry. Beyond the arc. Johnson with the rebound.
He continues to let it fly, but the makes have been few and far between.
Oh, Fox! No stopping him.
Nimble move by Fox against contact, able to slip through and get it to go.
Trying to find a spark here.
Yes, indeed. A rough stretch offensively. They could really use a basket.
And Steve Kerr calls timeout. He wants their game plan to be crystal clear at this point.
And your Lakers history.
Porzingis is checked in for Yurtseven. Santos comes in for Payton. And it's Melton in for Pajemski. San Antonio also making some changes. Champagny, he's checked in for Barnes. Devin Vassell comes in for Johnson. And Stephon Castles subbed in for Harper. Fox against Curry. Now Green. 6 to shoot. Fires the 3. Oh, it doesn't go.
That is not the shot they needed there. You got to work it around and get a better look.
Outside Fox. Takes a 3. Oh, it misses. Warriors trail by 10. Now Green.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Up top Curry. He's covered by Fox. Melton outside. Let's loose for 3. Wembanyama there for the rebound.
This is the definition of forcing it. He's trying to get himself going, but taking tough shots just won't do it.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. Here's Porzingis. Porzingis with a screen on Castle. Oh, no good again that time. San Antonio leading by 12. Now Fox. Vassell outside from downtown. Ooh, it doesn't go. Golden State now running out of time.
And there's no way this margin gets closed down. Great execution of a game plan and a nice win here for the Spurs.
They made the most of the extra rebounds tonight. Helped them out a lot.
Now, when you look at these teams, they're both great rebounding clubs. And any night, either one could have the advantage on the boards.
And the wins have been piling up for them. Tonight will be their 58th of the year.
And boy, did they need to win this game after dropping the first 2 matchups against this squad. Now they can go into the final game of the season series with a ton of confidence.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for De'Aaron Fox.
We certainly got to see his best effort on offense, attacking the defense without fear and grabbing a lot of buckets.
And we've got 28 seconds left in the fourth. Yurtseven against Olynyk. It's Pajemski on the wing.
Brandon Pajemski.
And so it's San Antonio easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by. It's never easy to take a game that someone else is building.
And that'll do it, folks. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And let's leave you with our player of the game, De'Aaron Fox.